Chapter 1913. You're challenging me? The Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciple, who was targeted by Gu Chun, was stunned when he heard Gu Chun's words. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn. Although his strength was not the strongest among the 1,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the tertius houses, as a mastery exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, he could be ranked in the middle. However, a new disciple who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum wanted to challenge him to a tertius house. When the senior disciple regained his senses, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Gu Chun. Gu Chun is only at the early exemplary saint stage, but he dares to challenge a senior disciple in the tertius house. Duan Ling narrowed his eyes. He could not figure out where Gu Chun got his courage from. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples who were able to stay in the tertius houses were at the early exemplary saint stage or above. Gu Chun had just arrived, but he had already challenged a senior disciple? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples, including Duan Lingtian, and some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples who had left their residences, immediately gathered around to watch the show. Wang Jiao, do you look like you're a pushover? You're actually being treated as a pushover by the newcomer. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples gathered around, many of them laughed and teased the senior disciple who was challenged by Gu Chun. Wang Jiao's face turned pale when he heard his fellow disciples teasing. His gaze turned colder as he looked at Gu Chun. Brat, I, Wang Jiao, accept your challenge. Come, let me see what you're made of. How dare you challenge me, Wang Jiao? The moment Wang Jiao's words left his mouth, his eyes turned cold as battle intent surged out of his body. You're Wang Jiao, right? However, Gu Chun had no intention of making a move at all. He hovered in the air and looked at Wang Jiao calmly. Why, you're the one who challenged me, but you don't dare to make a move now? Wang Jiao smiled disdainfully. Sometimes a challenge doesn't require one to make a move. Perhaps, senior brother Wang Jiao, you'll take the initiative to admit defeat later? Under the watchful eyes of the others, a faint smile appeared on Gu Chun's face. It was as though victory was already in his hands. Admit defeat? I think you must be dreaming. Hearing Gu Chun's words, Wang Jiao was stunned for a moment before sneering. Admit defeat? Gu Chun is overthinking it. Many of the new disciples shook their heads. They looked at Gu Chun as though they were looking at an idiot. Is there something wrong with this Gu Chun? He's just an early exemplary saint stage new disciple. What makes him think he can make an old disciple admit defeat? What nonsense. Do you really think you're invincible just because you have a green innate spiritual root? Ridiculous. The new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots who came with Duan Lingtian kept mocking Wang Jiao. As for the new disciples who came with Gu Chun, for some reason, none of them said anything. A few of them seemed to have recalled something when they looked at Gu Chun, causing them to frown slightly. Early exemplary saint stage? As the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's new disciples discussed among themselves, the group of senior disciples also learned about Gu Chun's cultivation base. They immediately looked at Wang Jiao again and teased. Wang Jiao, did you hear that? Although this junior brother's cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage, he has a green innate spiritual root. He's not someone you can afford to offend. That's right. Just admit defeat. This junior brother might not be as strong as you now, but it doesn't mean he won't surpass you in the future. Wang Jiao, be sensible. If you don't want to suffer in the future, just admit defeat and give up your tertius house. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum senior disciples seemed to be advising Wang Jiao out of goodwill, but they were actually mocking him. So what if he had a green innate spiritual root? He did not have the right to live in a tertius house with that little bit of innate talent. Green innate spiritual root? Wang Jiao's face turned red from anger when he was mocked by his fellow disciples. He vented his anger on Gu Chun. So what if you have a green innate spiritual root? A mere green innate spiritual root isn't enough for me to admit defeat. You're only at the early exemplary saint stage, but you dare to step all over me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't be surnamed Wang. Wang Jiu's voice turned cold when he reached the end of his sentence. It seemed as though the air in the surroundings had turned colder as well. Gu Chun's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "That's right. My innate spiritual root isn't enough for you to fear. It's also not enough for you to admit defeat and give up your tertius house. However, what if I tell you my master is the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian?" A mocking smile appeared on Gu Chun's face when he reached the end of his sentence. His gaze turned colder as well. "Lian." As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, apart from the few new disciples who had green innate spiritual roots who came with him, the others, including Duan Lingtian, narrowed their eyes. Some of them even had a fearful expression on their faces. Wang Jiu's rage was completely extinguished by Gu Chun's words, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. If Li En was the disciple of the other 4 Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it would not matter if Wang Jiu refused to give up his house, since the 4 Silver Flame Elders would not lower themselves to deal with him. However, Li En, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, was different. Li En was known for his vengeful nature in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism. Those who offended Li En usually did not have a good ending. For this reason, in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism, nobody was willing to offend Li En or the people around him unless they had a powerful background. This included Li En's disciple. Due to this reason, Wang Jiu's anger was instantly extinguished. The name Li En was enough to send chills down his spine. He's Elder Li En's disciple? Hasn't Elder Li En not accepted any disciples for many years? Why would he suddenly accept a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root as his disciple? As far as I know, Elder Li En's other 3 disciples all have blue innate spiritual roots. What's so special about a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root to be accepted by Elder Li? When the group of senior disciples heard Gu Chun's words, they were shocked and confused. Since when did Elder Li En have such bad taste? Naturally, they did not think Gu Chun was lying. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, nobody dared to joke about Elder Li En. What's going on? How did Gu Chun become Elder Li En's disciple? Don't tell me Elder Li En took a liking to him because his performance was the most outstanding among the few people with green innate spiritual roots. A group of new disciples with yellow innate spiritual roots looked at the other new disciples with green innate spiritual roots curiously and blankly. All of them wanted to get an answer from them. When the group of senior disciples heard the discussion among the new disciples, they turned to look at the few new disciples as well. During the strength assessment, Gu Chun's performance was not as outstanding as ours. He only became Elder Li En's disciple because he promised Elder Li En that he would cooperate with Elder Li En to deal with Duan Lingtian. One of the new disciples with a green innate spiritual root said indignantly. When he spoke, he deliberately looked at Duan Lingtian. Is it because of Duan Lingtian? All the new disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian immediately. Heavens! How much does Elder Li En hate Duan Lingtian? Just because Gu Chun flattered him and said he would cooperate with him to deal with Duan Lingtian, accepted Gu Chun as his disciple? It seems like Duan Lingtian has completely enraged him by killing his best friend's son in front of him. Isn't this too much? Elder Li En shouldn't be so shallow, right? The group of new disciples had an expression of disbelief on their faces as they looked at Duan Lingtian. They began to whisper among themselves again. In fact, they were not the only ones. Even Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he found out the reason Li En accepted Gu Chun as his disciple. Was this not too much? At the same time, the group of senior disciples in the surroundings also learned about the situation. When they learned about Duan Lingtian's valiant act of killing Yangwu, the son of Li En's best friend, the fifth elder of the Northern Plethora sect, they could not help but secretly give Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Regardless of what would happen to Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, for someone who dared to go against Elder Lian in the Black Turtle Sanctum, they admired him from the bottom of their hearts. However, how much does Elder Lian hate him? He actually accepted a new disciple who only has a green innate spiritual root as his disciple for Duan Lingtian. The group of senior disciples was puzzled by this as well. In the end, they could only blame Elder Lian for hating Duan Lingtian too much. At the same time, some of the new disciples who were standing near Duan Lingtian could not help but move away from Duan Lingtian. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the god of plague. I admit defeat. At the same time, Wang Jiu, who had completely suppressed his anger, took the initiative to admit defeat when Gu Chun challenged him due to his fear of Silver Flame Elder Lian. After admitting defeat, Wang Jiu left the Tertius house that originally belonged to him dejectedly. A wise man submits to circumstances. You're very smart. Gu Chun raised his head arrogantly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze from Wang Jiu to Duan Lingtian. His eyes were extremely cold. The others thought Lian had accepted Wang Jiu as his disciple because he had flattered Duan Lingtian. Only Wang Jiu knew there was another important reason. He would be able to recommend someone with an indigo innate spiritual root to Lian in the near future. Moreover, he was 100% sure that person would be willing to become Li An's direct disciple. These were the things he had promised Li An through voice transmission. Humph. When Duan Lingtian saw Gu Chun entering the Tertius house and was about to close the door, he snorted coldly. Then he appeared in front of the Tertius house like a ghost and extended his hand to stop the door from closing. Chapter 1914. Gu Chun, who had just entered the Tertius house and was about to close the door, saw a flash before his eyes. A figure appeared at the door and stopped him from closing it. Duan Lingtian. When Gu Chun took a closer look, he discovered the person who stopped him from closing the door was none other than Duan Lingtian. A hint of dread flashed in Gu Chun's eyes when he saw Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had learned from the new disciples who participated in the strength assessment with Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had already entered the early exemplary saint stage. At that time, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Putting everything else aside, just the powerful divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast during the battle with Yang Wu yesterday had already made him feel ashamed of his own inferiority. He even admitted he was far from being a match for Duan Lingtian. "W, what are you trying to do?" For this reason, Gu Chun was slightly nervous when he faced Duan Lingtian. He no longer had the arrogance he had when he faced Wang Jiu. Although he was no match for Wang Jiu, he was not afraid Wang Jiu would attack him since his master was Li An, the first elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, Duan Lingtian was different. Based on Duan Lingtian's actions yesterday, it was not difficult to see Duan Lingtian was not afraid of his master at all. Due to this reason, when he faced Duan Lingtian, he had subconsciously lowered his head. Even his voice had become much softer. Wang Jiu, who had just walked out, was so angry that he almost threw up blood when he saw this. He was an old disciple, but he was not as intimidating as a new disciple. He felt as though he had lived for so many years in vain. Naturally, he had also heard the conversation between the new disciples earlier. He knew this new disciple, Duan Lingtian, had fallen out with Li An, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, even though he had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian was not even afraid of Li An, let alone Li An's disciple, Gu Chun. This Duan Lingtian is not a bad person. Wang Jiu instinctively turned his head around, and when he saw Gu Chun's dark expression, he felt a sense of relief. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian's actions had helped him vent his anger. This caused him to have a good impression of Duan Lingtian. Sniff, sniff, sniff. In fact, it was not only Wang Jiu. Even the group of senior disciples and new disciples present on the scene could not help but have a good impression of Duan Ling Tian. They also found Gu Chun's behavior of using the tiger's might to intimidate others displeasing to their eyes. However, due to their fear of Li En, who was backing Gu Chun, they did not dare to show their displeasure, even though they disliked Gu Chun. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had stepped forward and done something they did not dare to do. Not only did it make them feel relieved, but it also made them like Duan Ling Tian. Even the new disciples who looked down on Duan Ling Tian for pretending to be young now had a better impression of Duan Ling Tian. This was something Duan Ling Tian did not expect. "What am I doing?" Duan Ling Tian sneered when he saw Gu Chun's anxious expression. "What can I do? I've taken a liking to your tertius house. I, Duan Ling Tian, want to challenge you, Gu Chun." As soon as he spoke, Duan Ling Tian made a move to snatch the tertius house from Gu Chun. Gu Chun's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. However, when he met Duan Ling Tian's cold gaze, his heart trembled. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. "I'll let him be smug for now. I'll deal with him later. As for the tertius house, it doesn't matter if I give it to him. After all, with my current status, I can stay in any tertius house I want." The moment Gu Chun thought of this, he walked out of the tertius house. It was obvious he wanted to give the house to Duan Ling Tian. So this is Elder Li An's new disciple? What an embarrassment to Elder Li An. If I were Elder Li An, I'd definitely kick him out. Isn't it embarrassing for someone with a green innate spiritual root to act so cowardly in front of someone with a yellow innate spiritual root? When the senior and new disciples saw Gu Chun leaving the tertius house to Duan Ling Tian, the group of senior and new disciples present on the scene could not help but cause a commotion. They mocked Gu Chun as much as they could. Since there were so many of them mocking Gu Chun, they were not worried Lian would target all of them. Gu Chun's expression turned even uglier when he heard those mocking words. He clenched his fists tightly, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He felt extremely humiliated. At the same time, his teeth began to chatter, making a crisp sound as if they were about to be crushed. "Endure. I have to endure it. I'm no match for him right now. Even if I were to attack him now, I would only be looking for trouble. Why don't we just bear with it for now and wait for our strength to rise and surpass him in the future? Then we'll settle the score with him." Gu Chun gritted his teeth and tried his best to restrain himself as he consoled himself. "He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, while I have a green innate spiritual root. It's not difficult for me to surpass him." From Gu Chun's point of view, this was not the case. Although Duan Ling Tian was also at the early exemplary saint stage like him, due to his high innate talent, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed Duan Ling Tian. As long as he raised his cultivation base and widened the gap between him and Duan Ling Tian, why would he be afraid of Duan Ling Tian's divine ability? Yesterday, Duan Ling Tian had cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, to kill Yang Wu despite being heavily injured. Although Gu Chun did not know what Duan Ling Tian had cast, it had left a deep impression on him. Due to this reason, Gu Chun realized that he was not a match for Duan Ling Tian. It was impossible for him to be a match for Duan Ling Tian with the same cultivation base. "Did I allow you to leave?" When Gu Chun walked out of the tertius house and was about to leave Duan Ling Tian spoke again. He looked coldly at Gu Chun, who had stopped moving when he heard his words. Gu Chun had been picking on him since the beginning. Since that was the case, he did not mind. However, who would have thought Gu Chun would be so rude to him? In order to become Li An's disciple, Gu Chun did not hesitate to flatter Li An and join forces with Li An to deal with him. Since Gu Chun had already decided to join forces with Li An to deal with him, why was there a need for him to be polite to Gu Chun? "Duan Ling Tian, I've already given you the tertius house. What do you want?" Gu Chun turned around and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was walking toward him step by step. Horror dawned on his face immediately as he retreated in a panic. Due to his fear before the battle even began, His aura was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian. He did not have the slightest intention to resist at all. With every step Duan Lingtian took, it was as though he was stepping on his heart, causing his heart to tremble violently. Don't act recklessly. My master is Elder Lien. He's the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He's only second to Lord Sanctum Leader. Gu Chun panicked when he saw Duan Lingtian was getting closer and closer to him. He was so flustered that he did not even know what to say. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten everything. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian was never afraid of his master, Lien. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The rules of Zoroastrianism don't allow me to kill you. I just want to teach you a lesson that you won't forget for the rest of your life. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. In the end, only Gu Chun could hear him clearly. No. Gu Chun cried out in horror before his voice came to an abrupt halt. The instant his voice came to an abrupt halt, his entire body was enveloped by a layer of expanding golden light barrier. He was completely submerged within it, as though he was being devoured by the rapidly expanding golden light barrier. At this moment, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not see anything. What's this territory? They could see that the light that appeared before them was Duan Lingtian's territory. Put aside the power of this territory, just the dazzling golden light alone was enough to block their vision. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian is going to kill him. A new Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple asked in shock. I don't think so. In Zoroastrianism, it's normal for disciples to fight with each other. However, if someone kills or cripples someone with malicious intent, he'll be sentenced to death. An old disciple said, Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's territory is too dazzling. We can't see what's going on inside at all. I wonder what he's doing. I suspect he's purposely blocking our vision. Based on this, we can see that Gu Chun is going to be in trouble. A fox assuming the tigers might deserves to be unlucky. As the group of new and old disciples discussed among themselves, a hint of schadenfreude could be heard in their voices. The golden light in front of everyone was the 10,000 swords territory that Duan Lingtian cast just in time. It was consolidated by the Sun Saint energy and was extremely dazzling. It was like a real sun that completely blocked everyone's vision. Duan Lingtian stood in the 10,000 swords territory like a javelin. Gu Chun had fainted next to his feet. He was motionless like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not plan to kill him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian had his reasons for doing this. Walao, if I want to devour his innate spiritual root, what should I do next? Duan Lingtian contacted Elder Hua in a timely manner and revealed his intention at the same time. He planned to devour Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was a green innate spiritual root. It was one level higher than his yellow innate spiritual root. If he could devour Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root, theoretically his yellow innate spiritual root would turn into a green innate spiritual root. Of course, up until now this was only a theory. Duan Lingtian did not know if he would succeed or not. For this reason, he was slightly anxious when he contacted Hua Lao. Soon after, Hua Lao's voice resonated in the air. With your current cultivation base, you still can't locate his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness. I'll use my divine consciousness to guide you to his innate spiritual root. After you find it, you can cast the devouring tactic. All right. Chapter 1915. Although Elder Hua had told Duan Lingtian about the spiritual items that could improve one's innate spiritual root, it would be easier for Duan Lingtian to identify and understand the appearance and characteristics of the spiritual items, making it easier for him to find them. However, Duan Lingtian discovered that he had never heard of any of the spiritual items before. Those spiritual objects, he had never even heard of them before, let alone talk about seeing them. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian also realized at that time that those spirit objects were illusory existences to the current him. If there was another way to improve one's innate spiritual root, he would rather not take this path. However, at this moment, there was a shortcut before Duan Lingtian. He could use the high-grade divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen his own innate spiritual root. However, up until now, this shortcut was only Elder Hu's theory. As for whether it was feasible or not, it all depended on Duan Lingtian to put it into practice. Gu Chun, you can only blame yourself for always going against me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have coveted your innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Chun, who was knocked out by him. He raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "You're the one who sent yourself to me to be my test subject. Don't blame me for this." Hualao. At the same time, Duan Lingtian contacted Hualao and asked, "What should I do now? Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" It was his first time devouring an innate spiritual root, so he could only ask Hualao since he was not familiar with the process. Perhaps Hualao did not know how to use the elementary devouring tactic to devour an innate spiritual root. However, even if Hualao had not seen it before, he must have heard of it. Place your hand on his head and send your divine consciousness into his soul through my divine consciousness. I'll guide you to his innate spiritual root. At that time, you can use your divine consciousness to locate his innate spiritual root and try to cast the elementary devouring tactic with your hand that's touching his head. Hualao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. All right. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian did not doubt Hualao's words. He immediately squatted down and placed his right hand on Gu Chun's head. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's heartbeat quickened, and his heart was filled with anxiety. To him, this was an important experiment. If he succeeded, he would be able to improve his innate spiritual root in a short time. If he failed, he would have to continue to search for enlightenment. If he failed, his innate spiritual root would improve his innate spiritual root. Whether his innate spiritual root could be improved as soon as possible would have a great impact on him. This was because his innate spiritual root determined his cultivation speed. If his cultivation speed was fast, he would be able to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible, so he could rescue Kerr and his daughter as soon as possible. If his cultivation speed was slow, it would be impossible for him to rescue Kerr and his daughter. I hope it'll be successful. No, it must be successful. When Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness and sent it into Gu Chun's head through Hualao's divine consciousness, he was shouting in his heart. At this moment, he had an unprecedented desire to devour Gu Chun's innate spiritual root and strengthen his own innate spiritual root. Two soul consciousnesses silently entered Gu Chun's mind and soul. His innate spiritual root is right in front of you. With your current cultivation base, you can't sense its presence with your divine consciousness. However, now that you're here, as long as you calm down, you should be able to sense its aura. This aura is mixed with the rich heaven and earth spirit energy. You can try to sense it now. When Hualao stopped moving his divine consciousness, Hualao said to Duan Lingtian, "All right." Duan Lingtian responded and stopped moving his divine consciousness. At the same time, he used his divine consciousness to sense the aura in his surroundings. Initially, his divine consciousness did not sense any special aura in his surroundings. However, with Hualao's repeated reminders, his divine consciousness finally locked onto Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root. I've locked onto his innate spiritual root. Hualao, what should I do now? Duan Lingtian asked Hualao as he tried to suppress the excitement in his heart. Perhaps the aura emitted by Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was very obvious to Hualao. However, to Duan Lingtian, it was almost non-existent. If it were not for Hualao's repeated reminders, he would not have discovered Gu Chun's innate spiritual root at all. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was very excited when he discovered his divine consciousness had locked onto Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. After you've locked onto his innate spiritual root with your divine consciousness, you can cast the elementary devouring tactic and let the elementary devouring tactics, devouring force, surge out of your hand and follow your divine consciousness to his soul and innate spiritual root. Since you've already locked onto his innate spiritual root, this process is not difficult for you. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Hua Lao reminded him in a timely manner. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately did as he was told. Elementary devouring tactic. Although this was not the first time Duan Lingtian had cast the elementary devouring tactic, he had not used any technique when he had cast it in the past. All he did was directly devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. However, this time, the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic that he cast, was filled with skill. This was because he was not devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy, but a person's innate spiritual root. The innate spiritual root was hidden in the depths of a person's soul. Unless one was at the saint celestial stage or above, one would not be able to sense its existence with one's divine consciousness, let alone lock onto it. However, with Hua Lao's help, Duan Lingtian had successfully locked onto Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. Just as Hua Lao had said, the entire process was very smooth. Devour. When the devouring force entered Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness and came into contact with Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian could not help but cry out in his heart. At the same time, he controlled the devouring force to engulf the innate spiritual root that he had locked onto with his divine consciousness. Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root was originally shining with a faint green light. However, after it was engulfed by the devouring force, it disappeared into Gu Chun's soul as though it had never existed. Just like that, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root disappeared into his soul. Hua Lao has already devoured his innate spiritual root. There seems to be a special energy in the devouring force. It must be the energy of the innate spiritual root. However, this energy seems to be draining away continuously. I've already retrieved the devouring force and let it come closer to my soul. What should I do now? As Duan Lingtian communicated with Hua Lao, he controlled the devouring force to return to his body and let it enter his soul. His innate spiritual root was also in his soul. Even if Hua Lao did not remind him, he knew he had to do this. Guide your devouring power into your soul and merge it with your innate spiritual root. It's fine if you can't sense your innate spiritual root. As long as you release the devouring force, you'll be able to touch your innate spiritual root. Don't worry, your devouring force won't destroy your innate spiritual root. Next, let your innate spiritual root devour the energy of his innate spiritual root through the devouring force. Hua Lao continued to speak before he added, However, I can't guarantee that your innate spiritual root will be improved. In the beginning, Hua Lao had said the elementary devouring tactic could only be used in theory to devour other innate spiritual roots. However, he was not sure if it would work. Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared for this. Whether it will work or not depends on this moment. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian realized this was the most crucial moment. His heart was also hanging in the air. He had to do as Hua Lao said. Hua Lao, the energy of Gu Chun's green innate spiritual root seems to have disappeared. I've also retracted my devouring force. Can you help me check if there are any changes to my innate spiritual root? After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian contacted Hua Lao anxiously. Although he was anxious, he was also looking forward to it. If you want to know if there are any changes to your innate spiritual root, can't you just sense the heaven and earth spirit energy? Even if a part of his green innate spiritual root was devoured by your devouring force, it's still a great supplement to your yellow innate spiritual root. Hua Lao reminded Duan Lingtian, if your innate spiritual root has successfully devoured his innate spiritual root, you'll be able to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy much faster than before. Upon receiving Hua Lao's reminder, Duan Lingtian immediately tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. This, after a while, Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He was dumbstruck, as though he had been frightened by something. After a while, a smile appeared on his face. It was a joyful smile. Hua Lao, the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy seems to be twice as fast as before. Is this a sign of success? The surprise came too quickly. Although Duan Lingtian was excited, he was still unsure. Let me take a look at your innate spiritual root. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian sensed a powerful divine consciousness entering his mind. After he allowed it, it entered the depths of his soul. It's a success. Hua Lao's voice resonated in his mind. Upon receiving Hua Lao's confirmation, Duan Lingtian became excited again. His face flushed red. It's a success. It's a success. Due to his eagerness to succeed, Duan Lingtian lost his composure when he learned he had succeeded. It's a success. However, your innate spiritual root hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Your innate spiritual root used to be yellow, but it's dark yellow now. Although it hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root, it's still considered a transformation. If you want your innate spiritual root to transform into a green innate spiritual root, you'll have to devour another green innate spiritual root. Chapter 1916. It hasn't transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. My innate spiritual root isn't green, but the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy is twice as fast as before. If my innate spiritual root turns green, won't the speed at which I sense the heaven and earth spirit energy be a few times faster? The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he gasped. He did not expect a green innate spiritual root would be so much more powerful than his yellow innate spiritual root. If a green innate spiritual root is already so powerful, won't the blue, indigo, and violet innate spiritual roots be even more powerful? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he thought of this. Currently, I've successfully used the elementary devouring tactic to devour other people's innate spiritual roots to strengthen my innate spiritual root. In other words, as long as I have enough innate spiritual roots to devour, not only will my innate spiritual root turn green, but I might even be able to transform it into a blue, indigo, or violet innate spiritual root. The speed at which a green innate spiritual root absorbs the heaven and earth spirit energy is a few times faster than before. A violet innate spiritual root must be even more powerful. With the help of the violet innate spiritual root and the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, nobody in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land will be able to compare to my cultivation speed. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thought about this. He felt the future was going to be wonderful. Naturally, I'll have to transform my innate spiritual root into a violet innate spiritual root first. After a long while, Duan Lingtian gradually calmed down as he recalled the earlier scene. Gu Chen's innate spiritual root is green. Logically speaking, with my current yellow innate spiritual root, my innate spiritual root should be able to transform into a green innate spiritual root as well after I devour his green innate spiritual root. This is what I thought in the beginning as well. However, during the process, Gu Chen's green innate spiritual root was greatly depleted after it was devoured by the devouring force. In the end, only half of his green innate spiritual root was absorbed by my innate spiritual root. That's why my innate spiritual root did not transform into a green innate spiritual root. Hua Lao said that the color of my innate spiritual root has changed from yellow to dark yellow. Moreover, I can clearly feel that the speed at which I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy has doubled. It seems that even yellow spiritual roots are divided into different levels. There are normal yellow spiritual roots, dark yellow spiritual roots, and light yellow spiritual roots. In that instant, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. I really want to see Gu Chun's expression when he discovers his speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy has become slower than a tortoise. I'm sure he won't expect his green innate spiritual root has been devoured by my innate spiritual root and has become a part of my innate spiritual root. A sneer appeared on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth when he looked at Gu Chun, who was still unconscious on the ground. He did not feel guilty at all for devouring Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. If he allowed Gu Chun to continue growing, he would only become his enemy in the future. It was better to have one less enemy like this. Currently, he was merely killing the threat in the cradle. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, the thousands of golden sword rays in the 10,000 swords territory shot out and left thousands of wounds on Gu Chun's body. However, these wounds were only superficial. Gu Chun did not lose much blood. Tens of thousands of sword glows whizzed past. Although Gu Chun only suffered some superficial wounds in an instant, the pain still caused him to wake up. The intense pain that was transmitted from all over his body caused him to involuntarily cry out in pain. At the same time, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. At this moment, his figure and the injured Gu Chun appeared in front of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw the wounds on Gu Chun's body, they could not help but gasp. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. It did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian would be so ruthless. Although Gu Chun's injuries were not enough to cripple or kill him, the pain was definitely excruciating. This could be seen from the way Gu Li's face was contorted from the pain. How dare you promise to deal with me in front of Li and with such strength? You're overestimating yourself. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian glanced at Gu Chun coldly before he returned to the tertius house he had snatched from Gu Chun. It was only when Duan Lingtian closed a door that everyone shifted their attention to Gu Chun again. When they saw Gu Chun's contorted face and heard his continuous wailing, they felt chills running down their spines. Duan Lingtian is really ruthless. If it's not necessary, it's better not to offend him. He's a madman who's not even afraid of Elder Lien. If it were up to me, he should be called Duan Lingtian or Lunatic Duan. Everyone regained their senses and whispered among themselves. A hint of dread could be seen in their eyes. Even the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples present on the scene were no exception. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's name began to spread among the nearly 10,000 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He had become a celebrity. Duan Lingtian was unaware of all of this. After Duan Lingtian entered the tertius house and closed the door, he immediately entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I haven't been to the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda since it was repaired. Let's go take a look. Since the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was repaired, he had not had the chance to enter it. Naturally, it was also because he did not have the chance to. Now that he had a place to stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was only natural that he would have the chance to enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. What a rich heaven and earth spirit energy! As soon as Duan Lingtian set foot on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he could feel the rich heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. The richness of the heaven and earth spirit energy was more than 2 times stronger than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the tertius house that had 3 spirit gathering formations. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was due to the 3 spirit gathering formations in the tertius house. Since the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was located in the Tertius house. It was only natural that it would be affected by the cultivation environment in the Tertius house. This was unavoidable. This was a good thing for Duan Lingtian. The fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. Then Duan Lingtian began to scan the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. All he could see was a vast expanse of emptiness. Only a medium-sized inkstone was suspended in the middle of the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. On top of the inkstone, there was a completely black ruler. This ruler was 3 feet long. It quietly laid on top of the inkstone and became the focal point of everyone's attention. When Duan Lingtian saw the ruler, he could not hold anything else in his eyes. It was as though the ruler had an endless charm that completely attracted Duan Lingtian's eyes. This is the celestial supreme treasure on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, the universe ruler? After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and gradually regained his senses. His eyes were burning with desire. He had heard about the seven treasures in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda from Huolao. The celestial supreme treasure on the fourth level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda was the universe ruler. Moreover, according to Huolao, the celestial supreme treasures on the second to seventh levels of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda were of higher grades. This was especially true for the battle heaven thorn on the seventh level of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. It was said to be able to battle the heavens and earth. Fighting the heavens and earth was equivalent to fighting against all living beings. How domineering was that? However, although the universe ruler doesn't seem to be heavier than a sword, I don't think I can lift it. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian had guessed correctly. After testing it, he could only move the universe ruler a little even if he tried with all his might. However, he was already panting from just moving it a little. Among the celestial supreme treasures in the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, apart from the jasper celestial sword that I can wield like an extension of my arm due to the sovereign heart sword, I'm afraid I'll have to break through to the saint celestial stage if I want to use the other celestial supreme treasures. Moreover, even if I break through to the saint celestial stage, I might not be able to wield the other 5 celestial supreme treasures in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After all, they're weapons used by celestials. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. Celestials were much stronger than saint celestial stage powerhouses. Even if a saint celestial stage powerhouse had cultivated to the 9th form, the celestial ascension form, they would have to overcome the celestial ascension tribulation and ascend to the Devata realms before they could be considered a true celestial. Celestials were celestials because they were different from humans. Celestials had endless lifespans. If there were no accidents, they could live as long as the heavens and earth. Naturally, celestials were not the only ones who had endless lifespans. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, as long as one's cultivation base entered the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one would also have endless lifespans. The heaven-defying form was the so-called heaven-defying lifespan that was set by the heavens. Now that my innate spiritual root has undergone a transformation, coupled with such a good cultivation environment, my cultivation speed must have increased a lot. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged in the air and circulated the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy, and circulate the great heavenly cycle to improve his cultivation base. As he circulated the great heavenly cycle after great heavenly cycle, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base improved rapidly. What a fast cultivation speed! With this cultivation speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in 2 years at most. When Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, a hint of confidence could be seen in his eyes. Naturally, the 2 years Duan Lingtian mentioned referred to the time in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Chapter 1917. It was common knowledge that the path of cultivation would become more difficult as one progressed. If it was Duan Lingtian in the past, due to the limitations of his innate spiritual root and cultivation environment, it would take him at least 8 to 10 years to cultivate from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. However, now that his innate spiritual root had transformed, coupled with the excellent cultivation environment, it would only take him 2 years to cultivate from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. If my innate spiritual root is a green innate spiritual root, my cultivation speed will be even faster. If my innate spiritual root is an indigo innate spiritual root, I'll only need a few months to break through from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his breathing quickened. He wished he could find a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root and devour his indigo innate spiritual root. I'm afraid there aren't many monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots, even in the entire Zoroastrianism. I wonder if there are any monstrous geniuses with violet innate spiritual roots in Zoroastrianism. If there are, my innate spiritual roots should be able to transform to dark indigo, even if I lose half of them. Dark indigo was equivalent to the limit of an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could no longer calm himself down and cultivate. At this moment, he really wished he could find a few people and devour their innate spiritual roots to strengthen his innate spiritual root. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was only thinking about it. He was not a cold-blooded animal. As long as others did not provoke him, he would not devour their innate spiritual roots for no reason. Since I can't calm myself down, I'll take a look around the altar. I'll familiarize myself with the palaces around the altar and try to comprehend the high-grade, defensive divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, he left the 4th level of the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda with just a thought. After putting away the 7 treasures' jewel pagoda, Duan Lingtian left the Bing house. After he walked out of the Tertius house, Duan Lingtian noticed that the crowd outside had already dispersed. Only a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were scattered around in groups of 3 to 5. They seemed to be discussing something. E-infinity, 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 E-infinity. However, their attention was not on this side. In addition, when Duan Lingtian left, he made a lot of noise, so no one was alerted. I wonder how long it will take me to comprehend the black tortoise's barrier, the first defensive technique of Zoroastrianism, with my heart that has been tempered by the sovereign heart sword. I don't think it will take me longer than the time I spent comprehending the devouring technique, right? Along the way, Duan Lingtian's mind was completely focused on the Black Turtle Sanctum's high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Although Duan Lingtian was already quite famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum, due to the fact that he had only been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for a short period of time, many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not recognize him even if they had heard of his name. Hey, did you hear that? There's a troublemaker in the Black Turtle Sanctum this time. You're talking about Duan Lingtian? You heard about it as well. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, apart from those who have left and those who haven't come out of closed-door cultivation, I'm afraid almost everyone has heard of him, right? I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years, but this is my first time hearing someone from the Black Turtle Sanctum who dares to openly oppose Elder Lien. Elder Lien is the first Silver Flame Elder in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Usually, even the other 4 Silver Flame Elders don't dare to offend him. That's right. Elder Lien is someone who's second only to one person in the Black Turtle Sanctum. That Duan Lingtian won't have a good ending for daring to oppose him. Unless his innate spiritual root is an indigo or blue innate spiritual root. However, I heard he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Yellow innate spiritual root? A person with a yellow innate spiritual root dares to openly oppose Elder Lien? He's seeking death. Duan Lingtian had heard many similar discussions along the way. Apart from that, The news of him beating up Li An's new direct disciple, Gu Chun, had also spread out and became a hot topic among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. For a time, almost all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt that Duan Lingtian had offended Lian. Even if he did not die, Duan Lingtian would at least be skinned alive for offending Lian. Duan Lingtian merely shook his head when he heard these words. He had a carefree expression on his face, as though he did not care at all. Yesterday, Yang Wu, the son of the Northern Plether sect's fifth elder, had taken the initiative to provoke him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elder, Ting Shan, had dealt with this matter fairly. However, it was at this moment that Lian appeared and indiscriminately killed him. He glorified it by saying that it takes two to clap. He was also at fault. If Elder Ting Shan had not intervened in time, and his physical body was strong, he would have been killed by Li En. For this reason, since then he had regarded Li En as his mortal enemy. For this reason, when Yang Wu's life was hanging by a thread, he did not care about Li An's threat at all. In fact, he did not hesitate to kill Yang Wu in front of everyone at the cost of becoming Li An's enemy. Since he and Li En were already enemies, it did not matter if he further offended Li and the Black Turtle altar. Soon after, an altar on a spacious square appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The huge and lifelike black turtle statue on it completely attracted Duan Lingtian's attention. The high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, is recorded in this black turtle statue? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian flew toward the Black Turtle statue. At the same time, there were many people around the Black Turtle statue who were comprehending the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. They were either standing or sitting in the air. Some of them had their eyes closed as though they were thinking about something. There were also some people who were staring at the Black Turtle statue with a mesmerized expression on their faces. Let's take a look at the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. When Duan Lingtian thought about how the Sovereign Heart sword had tempered his heart, he was filled with confidence. I can first memorize the information about the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, recorded in the Black Turtle statue. I'll slowly comprehend it after I return to the Tertius house and enter the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That way, I'll be able to save a lot of time. After all, the flow of time on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda is very slow. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the Black Turtle statue. As he extended his divine consciousness and merged it with the Black Turtle statue, a vast and complicated information began to surge into his mind. This information was related to the high-grade defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. At the same time, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense that the Black Turtle statue was surging. As soon as his divine consciousness merged with the Black Turtle statue, a majestic and heavy aura surged out of the Black Turtle statue. When this aura shrouded him, it gave him immense pressure. At the same time, he could not help but put up a defense as he covered his body with his Sun Saint energy. It was a completely instinctive action. They're in a similar situation as well. Previously, Duan Lingtian did not notice it. However, now that he was paying more attention, he discovered that the Black Turtle statue was surrounded by a group of people. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the Black Turtle altar had a layer of Saint energy light shield around their bodies that formed layers of defense. If I'm not mistaken, this aura should be helpful in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. It's no wonder so many of them chose to stay here instead of returning to their own residences to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, after obtaining the information about it. However, until now, this aura has not given me any special feeling. After hovering in the air near the Black Turtle statue for a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that the aura that surged out of the Black Turtle statue did not have any effect on him. After receiving the information about the Black Turtle's Barrier, Duan Lingtian decided to leave. I'll slowly comprehend it after I return. As long as I successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier, I'll be able to leave the Black Turtle Sanctum and enter the saint land of Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Lingtian thought to himself, he no longer had the mood to stroll around the Black Turtle altar. He immediately turned around and left. His wife and daughter were still imprisoned in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They were in deep trouble. After returning to the Tertius house, Duan Lingtian entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda again and began to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's most precious treasure and the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, it was indeed difficult to comprehend it. After comprehending it for half a year on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian had only scratched the surface of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. He was still a distance away from completely comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. It's even harder to comprehend than the devouring tactic? Duan Lingtian opened his eyes. An expression of shock could be seen on his face. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by this as well. However, it did not take long before he realized what the problem was. Back then, in the divine ability relic that recorded the devouring tactic, I've seen someone cast the devouring tactic before. I've also personally experienced the devouring tactic. For this reason, apart from the Sovereign Heart Sword, I was able to comprehend the devouring tactic so quickly. Whether it's the divine ability, the devouring tactic, or the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, I've seen someone cast them before. For this reason, I have an advantage when I comprehend the 2 high-grade divine abilities. Duan Lingtian sighed when he thought about this. Half a year, almost 18 days have passed in the outside world. After a few moments, Duan Lingtian closed his eyes again and continued to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Meanwhile, in another Tertius house, Gu Chun, who had finally recovered from his injuries, also planned to begin his cultivation. Duan Lingtian, when I break through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, I'll definitely make you regret what you did to me that day. For the sake of revenge, Gu Chun, who was emitting killing intent, began to cultivate excitedly. Chapter 1918. Impossible. This is impossible. I'll try again. I'll try again. I'll definitely succeed. My innate spiritual root is a green innate spiritual root. It's impossible that I can't sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Gu Chun took a deep breath and suppressed his emotions. He tried to calm himself down and tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house again. Due to the 3 spirit gathering formations in the Tertius house, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Tertius house was much denser than the outside. However, no matter how hard Gu Chun tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy, he could not sense it at all. It was as though he was not in the Tertius house with the 3 spirit gathering formations, but a room that was empty of heaven and earth spirit energy. Something must be wrong. Continue. Continue. Gu Chun panicked again. However, he gritted his teeth and tried his best to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy. Although he was not a peerless genius, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. In terms of innate talent, he was far superior to ordinary people. With his innate talent, he had a high chance of entering the saint celestial stage in the future. At that time, if he was willing to stay in the Zoroastrianism, he would be able to become a bronze flame elder in the Zoroastrianism. Gu Chun had never doubted his bright future before. However, at this moment, despair rose in his heart. I've got it. Just as Gu Chun was about to give up in despair, he clearly sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and tried to draw it into his body. However, something that shocked him happened in the next moment. Not only was the heaven and earth spirit energy weak, but the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy into his body was extremely slow as well. It was even slower than a tortoise crawling. Impossible. Impossible. I'm a martial cultivator with a green innate spiritual root. This shouldn't be my speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Even someone with a red innate spiritual root can't sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy so slowly. Gu Chun began to panic again. He tried his best to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. However, 1 day went by, 2 days went by. After 3 days and 3 nights, he discovered his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy was still so slow. Bang! A loud sound rang out. It was Gu Chun who had broken through the door and left the third house. Gu Chun, who seemed to have gone crazy, naturally attracted the attention of many people. What's wrong with Gu Chun? From the looks of it, he seems to be on the peak. Could it be that he has gone mad? From the looks of it, he really does seem to have gone mad. What is he doing by the pool? Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered Gu Chun, who was running madly, had stopped in front of a pool nearby. He lay on the ground and stuck his head out to look at the pool. It was as if there was some kind of treasure in the pool. Of course, they didn't think that there would be any treasure in the pool. Even if there was, it would have been taken away by someone else. How could Gu Chun possibly have a chance to get it? I'm still me. That's right. I'm still me. But why is the speed at which I sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so slow? Even a person with a red innate spiritual root would not be so slow. What was going on? How could this be? When Gu Chun saw his familiar face reflected in the mirror-like pool, he immediately became restless again. He muttered to himself as if he had gone mad. As it turned out, he thought his soul had entered the body of a person with poor innate talent. However, it seemed like he was still him. He did not possess someone else's body. After going crazy for a while, Gu Chun gradually calmed down. After he calmed down, a figure immediately appeared in his mind. It was a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. It's him. It must be him. The person who appeared in his mind was none other than Duan Lingtian. Ever since I was knocked out by him, I haven't cultivated for almost 20 days to heal my injuries. Today, as soon as I started cultivating, I realized the speed at which I sense and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has slowed down. Moreover, it's ridiculously slow. Gu Chun gritted his teeth when he thought of this. Soon after, Gu Chun went to look for a few new disciples and asked them about how he was knocked out that day. He desperately wanted to know what had happened that day. Although the new disciples did not have a good impression of Gu Chun, they did not dare to disobey him since he was the disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. They told Gu Chun everything that had happened that day. Before he knocked me out, Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory and blocked everyone's sight. After Gu Chun learned about what had happened that day from the new disciples, his eyes narrowed immediately. At the same time, he recalled what had happened that day. From what I remember, there was a flash of golden light in front of my eyes before I lost consciousness. In other words, Duan Lingtian must have consolidated his territory to block everyone's sight before he knocked me out. Duan Lingtian didn't need to consolidate his territory when he knocked me out. For him to do that, he must have wanted to do something shameful and was afraid of being seen by others. Looks like the reason why my cultivation speed has become so slow is most likely related to him. Chills ran up Gu Chun's spine when he thought of this. Although he did not know what Duan Lingtian had done to him, the consequences of Duan Lingtian's actions made him shudder. He felt as though his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Otherwise, how could his cultivation speed have become so slow? How could his innate spiritual root be so weak? The reason Gu Chun thought of his innate spiritual root at this moment was because he knew one had to rely on one's innate spiritual root to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, his speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy had become so slow. It could only mean something was wrong with his innate spiritual root. Naturally, he did not know what was wrong with his innate spiritual root. However, he still felt chills running up his spine, even though he did not know. In the past, he had never heard of anyone tampering with one's innate spiritual root. Even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse would not be able to tamper with one's innate spiritual root without harming one's soul, even though they could sense one's innate spiritual root. However, at this moment, he could clearly sense his soul was still intact. I hope he didn't destroy my innate spiritual root and only use some technique to restrict and seal my innate spiritual root. Otherwise, my life will be ruined. Gu Chun prayed inwardly. At the same time, his eyes gleamed coldly. Duan Lingtian, when my cousin arrives, you'll definitely die a graveless death. At that time, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces before you die and let you taste the greatest pain in the world. Apart from that, I won't let your 2 companions go as well. I remember their faces. Even if they're not in the Black Turtle Sanctum, they'll definitely die if they stay in the Zoroastrianism after passing the test in the other 3 sanctums. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame them for knowing you. Hatred rose in Gu Chun's heart. It was like a raging fire that could not be stopped. At this moment, not only did Gu Chun not regret offending Duan Lingtian, but he even wanted to take revenge on Duan Lingtian. As for his innate spiritual root, in his opinion, his master, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Lien, would definitely be able to help him. If my innate spiritual root is really destroyed by you, I won't let your 2 companions die a quick death. I'll cut off their flesh piece by piece and make them watch as I feed their flesh to the dogs. When Gu Chun thought about the possibility of his innate spiritual root being destroyed, he became even more frenzied. I'll go look for my master. After a moment of madness, Gu Chun left the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples without any hesitation. He headed to the east of the Black Turtle Sanctum to look for his master. Lien, why are you in such a hurry? Lien frowned when he saw Gu Chun rushing over anxiously. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. To be honest, if he had a choice, he would definitely not accept this direct disciple who only possessed a green innate spiritual root. However, Lien had promised him something he could not refuse. That was, Lien would make his cousin acknowledge him as his master. According to Lien, his cousin possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Currently, his cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quintessential saint stage. Soon after, his cousin would join Zoroastrianism. There were rules in Zoroastrianism. Anyone who possessed a blue innate spiritual root or above could join Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of Zoroastrianism at any time. This was a rule set by Zoroastrianism since ancient times. Due to this reason, there were many powerhouses in each generation of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, even a golden flame elder would be tempted by a genius disciple with a blue innate spiritual root, let alone a mere silver flame elder like Lien Li, and had been a silver flame elder in Zoroastrianism for over 1,000 years. During this period of time, he had only accepted 3 direct disciples with blue innate spiritual roots. For this reason, when he heard Gu Chun's promise to let his cousin become his disciple, he agreed to Gu Chun's request. In his opinion, Gu Chun's cousin was the only disciple he would acknowledge. As for Gu Chun, he was merely an accessory. Master, please check my innate spiritual root. There's something wrong with my innate spiritual root. Gu Chun panicked when he saw Lien. His heart was filled with anxiety. Innate spiritual root? How can there be something wrong with your innate spiritual root? Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, not only did Lien remain motionless, but he even frowned. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Lien knew very well. Even if there was something wrong with the innate spiritual root, the person with the innate spiritual root would not have survived. However, Gu Chun was standing in front of him. Chapter 1919. The innate spiritual root was hidden in the depths of one's soul. Generally speaking, even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to touch one's innate spiritual root without affecting one's soul. This was because once one's innate spiritual root was touched, one's soul would be destroyed as well, unless there was a special technique that targeted one's innate spiritual root. However, such a special technique only existed in legends. At the very least, Leon had never heard of anyone who possessed such a technique. Master, my current speed of sensing and absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy is slower than a person with a red innate spiritual root. My innate talent seems to have vanished into thin air. Can you help me check if there's really something wrong with my innate spiritual root? Gu Chun explained with a bitter expression on his face when he saw the disbelief on Li An's face. His heart was burning with anxiety as he spoke. What? Li An was shocked when he heard Gu Chun's words. He could tell Gu Chun was not lying. Moreover, he believed Gu Chun would not dare to lie to him. Don't block my divine consciousness. At the same time, Li An's divine consciousness extended and entered Gu Chun's body. His divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's soul. As a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, Li An's divine consciousness was able to detect the location of the innate spiritual root. However, when his divine consciousness entered Gu Chun's soul, he did not find anything related to the innate spiritual root at all. In the end, he obtained a shocking answer. There was no innate spiritual root in Gu Chun's soul. How could this be? Li An's eyes widened in shock when he withdrew his divine consciousness. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. At the same time, his heart was in turmoil. He was certain Gu Chun possessed an innate spiritual root. Not long ago, when Gu Chun had taken the innate talent assessment and tested his innate spiritual root with a spiritual pearl, Lian was present as well. However, his divine consciousness discovered there was no innate spiritual root in Gu Chun's soul. There were only two possibilities. First, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not in his soul, but somewhere else. Second, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was gone. In Li An's opinion, both of these possibilities were extremely ridiculous. Firstly, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root was not in their soul. Secondly, he had never heard of anyone whose innate spiritual root would disappear for no reason, especially when the person's soul was still intact. Gu Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Lian fall into a daze after exclaiming in surprise. However, he did not dare to disturb Lian. When he realized that Lian was still in a daze for a long time, he couldn't help but call out, "Moss!" However, just as he opened his mouth, Lian interrupted him before he could finish his sentence. "Test it again." As Lian spoke, a spiritual pearl appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was the spiritual pearl used to test one's innate spiritual root. For some reason, Gu Chun's heart began to tremble when he saw the spiritual pearl. He even had a bad premonition. However, in the end, Gu Chun gritted his teeth and extended his hand to press on the spiritual pearl. In the next moment, Gu Chun held his breath and stared at the spiritual bead in front of him, silently waiting. A breath of time passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths of time passed. About 10 breaths passed. Gu Chun inhaled sharply as he stared at the spiritual pearl in front of him. He was already mentally prepared to receive a blow. HM? However, Gu Chun was shocked to discover the spiritual pearl did not react even after 10 breaths had passed. "Master, this is..." For a moment, Gu Chun thought the spiritual pearl was broken. However, when he saw Lian had also placed his hand on the spiritual pearl, and the spiritual pearl shone with a green light after 10 breaths passed, his expression changed drastically. At that moment, Gu Chun seemed to have realized something in his heart. He roared in his heart, "No! Impossible! 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 If I'm not mistaken, your innate spiritual root is gone." While Gu Chun was roaring in his heart, Lian spoke in a timely manner and gave Gu Chun the death penalty for his innate spiritual root. Boom! Li An's words completely destroyed Gu Chun's last line of defense. Gu Chun's body turned limp as he fell to the ground. How did this happen? How did this happen? My innate spiritual root is gone. I'm crippled. I'm crippled. After collapsing to the ground, Gu Chun let out a low roar of despair. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. What happened to your innate spiritual root? How did it disappear just like that? Gu Chun finally calmed down when he heard Li An's voice. After he calmed down, Duan Lingtian appeared in his mind again. He gritted his teeth as he said, "It's Duan Lingtian. It's him. He destroyed my innate spiritual root." Gu Chun was shouting when he reached the end of his sentence. Lian thought Gu Chun had lost his innate spiritual root due to an accident. However, when he heard Gu Chun's words, he knew he was wrong. His expression changed drastically as he asked in disbelief, "Duan Lingtian? It's him. It's him who destroyed my innate spiritual root." Gu Chun shouted as he rushed forward and hugged Li An's leg. It was as though he was clutching at a straw. "Master, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. I want Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. I want to tear him into 1,000,000 pieces and burn his bones to ashes. I want to capture his 2 companions and feed their flesh to the dogs." Gu Chun continued to shout as though he was venting the pain of losing his innate spiritual root. Losing one's innate spiritual root was equivalent to cutting off one's cultivation path. With his current innate talent that was not even comparable to someone with a red innate spiritual root, he was destined to remain at the early exemplary saint stage forever. How could he accept such a thought? What happened? Tell me, Lian asked in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to contain a great deal of power. It easily drowned out Gu Chun's shouting, causing Gu Chun to fall silent. "Master, Duan Lingtian." Soon after, Gu Chun told Lian everything that he had learned from the few new disciples. Apart from that, he also told Lian when he had passed out. It's obvious he's up to something by blocking everyone's sight. This must have something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root. Gu Chun added through gritted teeth after he finished telling Lian everything. "You're right. It seems like the disappearance of your innate spiritual root must have something to do with Duan Lingtian." Li An's eyes flashed coldly with killing intent. "Master, you must avenge me." Gu Chun looked at Li An with a sorrowful expression. His eyes were filled with pleading and anticipation. "Don't worry. As long as we can confirm that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, he'll definitely die," Lian said coldly. "Isn't it obvious?" Gu Chun could not help but frown when he heard Li An's words. However, as soon as his words left his mouth, he felt his arms and legs become lighter. He was brought away from the eastern side of the Black Turtle Sanctum by Lian. They headed to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the west. "Duan Lingtian." Lian shouted furiously when they were still some distance away from the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. A voice filled with anger and rolling power swept out like a thunderclap. In just a blink of an eye, it covered the entire residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. All the disciples in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were not in closed-door cultivation were instantly alerted. Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples walked out of the thatched cottages at the bottom of the ding house. From afar, there were at least a few thousand of them. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples also walked out of the Bing house at the top. There were at least a few hundred of them. Dozens of people also walked out of the Bing house at the top. As for the Primus house at the top, there was no movement for the time being. What's going on? Who did Duan Lingtian offend again? Why does this voice sound familiar? Since only Li An's voice could be heard, The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had just walked out of their residences were confused as to what was going on. "I can tell. It's Elder Leanne's voice." A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Bing house seemed to have recalled something. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed in surprise. Although his voice was not loud, it still alerted many people in the surroundings. 1 spread to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 1,000. After a while, all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who walked out of their residences knew who the voice belonged to. It was none other than their Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, Leanne. Leanne's status in the Black Turtle Sanctum was only second to the Sanctum leader. What did Duan Lingtian do again? Elder Leanne actually came to look for him. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's senior disciples looked at each other in shock. They did not expect the new disciple to be so valiant. He had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, but he had already offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. Leanne, since Elder Leanne came to look for him personally, it must be something serious. It seems like Duan Lingtian is in for a bad time. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought so. After a while, Leanne appeared with Gu Chun under the watchful eyes of the others. At this moment, Leanne had already put Gu Chun down and allowed him to follow behind him. Although Gu Chun was following behind Leanne, his eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at one of the thousands of tertius houses. This Bing house was the house that Duan Lingtian, whom he wanted to kill, had taken away from him. Leanne. Chapter 1920. Why is he here? Upon hearing Leanne's voice, Duan Lingtian frowned. He no longer continued to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Up until now, he had already spent 6 months on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. However, after 6 months, he had only managed to scratch the surface of it. Perhaps just scratching the surface of it would be enough to satisfy the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in it at all. In the past, regardless of whether it was the elementary devouring tactic or the otherworldly celestial, which were both high-grade divine abilities, it did not take him long to successfully comprehend them and master them. However, after spending an entire half a year, he had only managed to comprehend the surface of the Black Tortoise's barrier. Naturally, he felt dissatisfied. Others were unaware of Duan Lingtian's progress in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier. If those Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had spent so much effort to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier, but to no avail, learned about Duan Lingtian's progress in comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, they would be so jealous that their eyes would turn red. If they knew what Duan Lingtian was thinking right now, they would want nothing more than to kick him twice to vent the anger in their hearts. It seems like it's because of Gu Chun. A thought flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. He instantly guessed the reason why Leanne came to his door in anger. Based on the current situation, this was the only reason. Although Duan Lingtian had already guessed why Leanne had come looking for him with ill intentions, he did not seem worried at all when he looked at Duan Lingtian's expression. His expression was calm, as though he would not bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. Whoosh! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian left the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. After putting the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda away, Duan Lingtian pushed the door open and walked out of the Tertius house. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Tertius house, he noticed several thousand pairs of eyes were trained on him. He instantly became the center of attention. Among them, there were 2 particularly special gazes. When those 2 gazes looked at him, they faintly revealed bone-chilling coldness and were filled with cold, killing intent. Before he could raise his head to look at the owner of these 2 gazes, Duan Lingtian had already guessed who they were. It must be Leanne and Gu Chun. The reason Duan Lingtian could easily guess that it was Leanne and his disciple was because he did not have any conflicts with anyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum other than Lien and his disciple, let alone someone who hated him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. "Elder Lien, why are you looking for me?" Duan Lingtian leaped into the air. A moment later, he was in the air not far from Lien. He looked at Lien calmly as if nothing had happened. "Duan Lingtian, how dare you?" When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's calmness, Lian's eyes turned cold as he suddenly shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shocking the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were not prepared for this at all. Some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with lower cultivation bases were so shocked that their faces turned pale. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was involved, remained calm from the beginning until the end. His expression did not change at all because of Lian's shout. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change at all. Duan Lingtian seems to have really angered Elder Lien. "I've been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for 6 years, but this is my first time seeing Elder Lien so angry. I really don't understand what Duan Lingtian has done to make him so angry. We'll find out soon." Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they watched the scene unfold before their eyes. To them, this was like a good show. "Elder Lien, what do you mean by that? Forgive me for not understanding," Duan Lingtian asked with a puzzled expression on his face as he frowned slightly under the watchful eyes of the others. "Duan Lingtian, stop pretending." At this moment, before Lien could speak, Gu Chun, who was standing behind him, could not help but shout angrily, "You crippled my innate spiritual root, and you're still trying to act dumb?" "Crippled your innate spiritual root?" Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, the confused expression on Duan Lingtian's face disappeared. It was replaced with a strange expression. He immediately looked at Gu Chun and sneered. "Gu Chun, even if you want to slander me, shouldn't you at least find a reasonable reason? Crippling your innate spiritual root? Do you think I, Duan Lingtian, can do that? Do you think we're idiots, or do you think Elder Lien is an idiot?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of a sentence, he looked at Gu Chun as though he was looking at an idiot. You! Gu Chun became even more furious when he saw Duan Lingtian refuse to admit it. This made him even angrier. At this moment, not only was Duan Lingtian looking at him as though he was an idiot, but even the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were looking at him as though he was an idiot as well. Gu Chun said Duan Lingtian crippled his innate spiritual root. What a joke! Who doesn't know the innate spiritual root is hidden in the depths of one's soul? If one wants to touch the innate spiritual root, one must touch the soul. Even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse can't cripple a person's innate spiritual root without destroying his soul. He doesn't even know how to lie. Does Gu Chun really think we're idiots like him? Even if he wants to slander Duan Lingtian, he should find a reasonable reason. How ridiculous! Elder Lien, you're here for this? Don't tell me he believes Gu Chun's words? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene discussed among themselves. Based on their words, none of them believed Gu Chun's words. What he said went against all common sense. At the same time, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at Lien strangely. Lien was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. Since they were from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it was only natural that they did not dare to say anything about him. After all, there was only one Duan Lingtian. Although they did not dare to say it out loud, some of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were familiar with each other began to discuss among themselves through voice transmissions. If Elder Lien really believes Gu Chun, he's an idiot like him. I don't think Elder Lien will believe Gu Chun. If he doesn't believe him, why did he come in such a menacing manner as though he wants to get even with Duan Lingtian? Perhaps he's just looking for an excuse to get rid of Duan Lingtian. Although we don't think Duan Lingtian would destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, we don't think Duan Lingtian would do that. However, if Duan Lingtian's accusation is confirmed, it would mean he has violated the Zoroastrianism's rule. This is also considered as crippling a fellow disciple. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? If he confirms Duan Lingtian's accusation, he'll have a legitimate reason to kill Duan Lingtian and even kill Duan Lingtian. Elder Lian is so ruthless. Similar discussions spread among the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples through voice transmissions. At this moment, a hint of dread could be seen in their eyes when they looked at Lian. They finally realized how ruthless the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder was. This Silver Flame Elder was really capable of doing anything to achieve his goal. At the same time, the pity in their eyes intensified when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. Many people sighed inwardly. They did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to survive today. Duan Lingtian. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Lian finally spoke. His voice was cold as he said, "I know you won't admit that you destroyed my disciple's innate spiritual root, but it's true that my direct disciple, Gu Chun, has lost his innate spiritual root. Lord, Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum, has personally confirmed this matter." When Lian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Li An's words stunned the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Li An would bring up the Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Sanctum Leader was a supreme being. If Li An was lying, it would be equivalent to disrespecting the Sanctum Leader. The Sanctum Leader would definitely not let him go. It was precisely because of this that they vaguely realized that what Lian said was probably true. Gu Chun had indeed lost his innate spiritual root. How's this possible? I've never heard of anyone being able to save someone's life after destroying their innate spiritual root. However, since Elder Lian brought up Lord Sanctum Leader, there's no doubt this matter is true. What's going on? Don't tell me Duan Lingtian really destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root? The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. A hint of fear and dread could be seen in their eyes. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li An was indeed quite capable. With just a few words, he managed to turn everyone's attention to Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian was unwilling to admit it, he had to admit that Li An's methods were brilliant. Elder Lian, since you've brought up Lord Sanctum Leader, although I'm still unwilling to believe that Gu Chun has lost his innate spiritual root, I have no choice but to believe it. While everyone was looking at Duan Lingtian looked at Lian and said solemnly, "I believe Elder Lian won't joke about Lord Sanctum Leader. Lord Sanctum Leader is the Sanctum Leader of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Naturally, I won't joke about him." Lian smirked. If it was not for the fact that he had to kill Duan Lingtian, he would not waste his breath on Duan Lingtian at all. Even if that's the case, how can Elder Lian say that I, Duan Lingtian, was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root? Chapter 1921. With my current cultivation base, I can't sense the existence of an innate spiritual root with my divine consciousness. Even if I can sense the existence of an innate spiritual root, do you think I can destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root without killing him, Elder Lian? Based on what I know, even a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage wouldn't dare to say he can destroy someone's innate spiritual root without harming that person's soul. Duan Lingtian's words were reasonable, and Duan Lingtian did not wait for Lian's reply before he continued to say angrily, "Elder Lian, I know you're dissatisfied with me for killing the son of your best friend, Yang Chom, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. That's why you're looking for me, to seek revenge. If you want to seek revenge, you can just kill me. Why do you have to think of ways to slander me and take revenge on me in a roundabout way?" Swoosh! Li An's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would say such words in front of so many people. He realized he was in a passive position now that Duan Lingtian had turned the tables on him. Li An's expression was dark as he spoke. However, before he could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian interrupted him. Although I don't know if your direct disciple Gu Chun's innate spiritual root is really destroyed or not, even if his innate spiritual root is really destroyed, you should still kill him and slander me. That way, perhaps there will be people who will believe you, Elder Lian. Duan Lingtian seemed to be reminding Lian out of goodwill, but in truth he was mocking Lian. Li An's expression changed again. He glared at Duan Lingtian as though his eyes were about to spit fire. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have died many times over. The thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples nodded in agreement when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. That was right. If Lian came looking for Duan Lingtian after killing Gu Chun and slandering Duan Lingtian to take revenge on Duan Lingtian, they might believe Lian even more. Lian slandered Duan Lingtian for destroying Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, but Gu Chun was still alive. This was undoubtedly a bad plan to seek revenge on Duan Lingtian. The best plan was to kill Gu Chun and use his death to slander Duan Lingtian. However, Lian did not use the best plan, but the worst plan. Was this not an insult to their intelligence? Although they were only playing the role of bystanders in the whole matter, they were not stupid. They still had the basic ability to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Duan Lingtian, what nonsense are you talking about? Gu Chun's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian had shifted the focus of the public's attention to his master, claiming the moral high ground and gaining the upper hand. He shouted in embarrassment and anger, "Brother Lingtian!" He shouted furiously, "You're the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. If it wasn't for you, why did you use your territory to block other people's view when you knocked me out? If you're not guilty, then what are you doing?" As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were puzzled. These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had witnessed the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun. They remembered Duan Lingtian had indeed used his territory to block their view. For that reason, they did not see Duan Lingtian and Gu Chun for quite some time. They had no idea what Duan Lingtian was doing in his territory. Don't tell me Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was really destroyed by Duan Lingtian? The few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene that day began to doubt their beliefs. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Gu Chun continued to say, "Apart from that, I dare to swear on the lightning penalty, oath about my innate spiritual root being destroyed." As Gu Chun spoke, he pricked his finger, and a drop of blood rose into the air. At the same time, he began to recite the oath in front of everyone. "If my innate spiritual root is not destroyed, I'm willing to be struck by the 99 heavenly tribulation until I die." Boom, 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 boom. 9 claps of thunder reverberated in the air, and the lightning penalty oath was fulfilled. Since Gu Chun did not attract any lightning punishment, it was clear he was not lying. His innate spiritual root was indeed destroyed. At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene no longer had any doubts. His innate spiritual root is really destroyed? At this moment, these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally confirmed that Gu Chun's innate spiritual root had indeed been destroyed. He and his master, Li En, were not lying. "Now, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath that my innate spiritual root is really destroyed." After Gu Chun swore on the lightning penalty oath, he looked at Duan Lingtian fiercely and said coldly, "Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't destroy my innate spiritual root? Do you dare to swear on it?" As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, he took a step forward and stood side by side with Lian. He stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. At once, everyone shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian again. Does Duan Lingtian dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath? I think so. After all, with his cultivation base, it's impossible for him to destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. What if he doesn't dare to swear on it? Then it means he's guilty. Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not believe Duan Lingtian would be able to destroy Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, they began to doubt Gu Chun's unyielding attitude. If Gu Chun dared to stand next to him in front of so many people, Lian would definitely be furious and would reprimand Gu Chun for being so disrespectful. However, at this moment, not only was Lian not angry, but he was also secretly impressed by the quick-wittedness of this direct disciple whom he did not like. Based on the current situation, everything that this direct disciple of his had done had already reversed the situation where they had lost the upper hand. It had allowed them to once again take the initiative from being passive to being proactive. This made him feel extremely comfortable. He felt as though the haze in his heart had disappeared. At this moment, Lian found this direct disciple much more pleasing to the eye. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that I didn't destroy your innate spiritual root? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, Gu Chen, don't you think it's unnecessary for me to swear on the lightning penalty oath? What? You don't dare to swear on it? Gu Chen sneered when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. If you don't dare to swear on it, it means you have a guilty conscience. It's equivalent to admitting that you destroyed my innate spiritual root. Destroying my innate spiritual root is equivalent to severing my cultivation path. It's no different from crippling me. Duan Lingtian, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, I'm sure you know the punishment for destroying a fellow disciple. As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, a terrifying aura rose from Li An's body. As the aura rose, it silently locked onto Duan Lingtian. I think you're the one who doesn't dare to swear on it. However, Duan Lingtian's next words caused the terrifying aura that rose from Li An's body to dissipate completely. Li An stared at Duan Lingtian. He did not know why Duan Lingtian would suddenly say such words to Gu Chun. I don't dare to swear on it? Why wouldn't I dare to swear on it? Duan Lingtian, there are so many people watching. Don't even think about changing the topic. Gu Chun sneered. I've already said it's unnecessary for you to ask me to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Since you keep saying I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root, you can swear on a lightning penalty oath to confirm that I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. As long as you're not killed by the lightning penalty, it'll prove that I'm the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. If you're killed by the lightning penalty, it'll prove that you're lying. Duan Lingtian said firmly as he looked at Gu Chun. His expression remained unchanged as thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples looked at him skeptically. His words were flawless. Since Gu Chun had asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he had also suggested Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath. These two lightning penalty oaths seemed to have the same meaning. It would prove that Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian. It was just that the person swearing on the lightning penalty oath had changed. Whoosh! Horror dawned on Gu Chun's face. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to turn the tables on him in such a manner. Duan Lingtian actually asked him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Although the lightning penalty oath seemed to have the same meaning, he did not dare to swear on it himself. This was because up until now he had only guessed that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed his innate spiritual root. Even if he felt there was a 99% chance that Duan Lingtian was the one who did it, there was still a 1% chance of uncertainty. This concerned his life. Even if there was only a 1% chance of uncertainty, he did not dare to take the risk. For this reason, he really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that Duan Lingtian suggested. Duan Lingtian, I've already sworn on the lightning penalty oath. This time, it's your turn to swear on the lightning penalty oath. At this moment, Gu Chun could only resort to sophistry. Sophistry. As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, Duan Lingtian smirked. Gu Chun, you're the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Now that we're faced with a problem that can be solved by either of us swearing on the lightning penalty oath, you should be the one to swear on the lightning penalty oath since you're the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath. No matter what, it's not my turn to do it. Unless you know I'm not the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. That's why you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, the smile on his face grew wider. From the moment Duan Lingtian asked Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath, he had already made a huge gamble. The stake of this gamble was his own life and fortune. If he lost the bet, he would die. If he won the bet, he would live. He was betting that Gu Chun would not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Naturally, Duan Lingtian dared to make this bet because he was 100% certain that Duan Lingtian did not possess the innate spiritual root. Not only did Gu Chun not know that he had devoured Gu Chun's innate spiritual root, but he also didn't dare to confirm it. From the beginning until the end, it was only a guess without any evidence. Chapter 1922. Duan Lingtian is right. That's right. Whether it's Duan Lingtian or Gu Chun who swears on the lightning penalty oath according to Gu Chun's request, the outcome is enough to prove whether Gu Chun has crippled his innate spiritual root or not. However, based on the current situation, it seems like Gu Chun doesn't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. That's right. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, many people began to question Gu Chun. They could see it. When Duan Lingtian asked Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to his request, not only did Gu Chun hesitate, but he even accused Duan Lingtian and asked Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath. From the beginning until the end, it seemed like he was the one who took the initiative to swear on the lightning penalty oath. However, he was the one who backed out at the most crucial moment. What else could it be other than having a guilty conscience? For the thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene, whether it was Duan Lingtian who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Gu Chun's request or Gu Chun who swore on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request, the outcome would be the same. However, since Gu Chun was the one who suggested swearing on the lightning penalty oath, they subconsciously felt it was most appropriate for Gu Chun to swear on the lightning penalty oath according to Duan Lingtian's request. As soon as the voices that questioned Gu Chun appeared, it was like a river that could not be stopped. Gu Chun did not expect this at all. At this moment, he felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Gu Chun, did you hear that? All our senior brothers and junior sisters think it's most appropriate for you to swear on the lightning penalty oath. As long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath, everyone will know the truth. At that time, if you're not killed by the lightning penalty, we'll know that you're not lying and that I'm the one who crippled your innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Chun mockingly. The feeling of being able to turn the tables on Gu Chun was something he had never felt before. Gu Chun, don't you want to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Stand. Why don't you do it? When Gu Chun heard the words of the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples and how Duan Lingtian had turned the tables on him, his face turned pale. His heart was in a mess. Although he really wanted Duan Lingtian to die at the hands of his master, Lian, he had no choice but to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had destroyed his innate spiritual root. After all, he was not 100% sure that it was not Duan Lingtian who had destroyed his innate spiritual root. In this bizarre world, things were happening at every moment, and there was no lack of unexplainable things. Perhaps the disappearance of his innate spiritual root was just a coincidence and had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. If that was the case, and he swore on the lightning penalty oath, he would definitely die. Although he no longer had his innate spiritual root and would most likely be stuck in the same spot in the future, it did not mean that he no longer cherished his life. So much so that he cherished his life more than ever. This was because he could no longer raise his cultivation base, and his lifespan had been fixed. He could no longer prolong his life by raising his cultivation base. In other words, every day he lived was equivalent to having one less day. For this reason, he did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath as Duan Lingtian had requested. He was afraid of dying. What if the disappearance of his innate spiritual root had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian? If that was the case, would he not die in vain? Gu Chun is really feeling guilty. It seems like he's the one who's slandering Duan Lingtian from the beginning. Duan Lingtian did not destroy his innate spiritual root at all. To think that I almost believed him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, present on the scene, whispered among themselves again. When Gu Chun heard their words, his expression turned pale. He was rendered speechless. Didn't you say that Duan Lingtian was the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root? Why are you the one who's afraid at such a critical moment? Li An's expression turned grave when he saw Gu Chun had messed up the situation again. He looked at Gu Chun and said through voice transmission, "Don't you think a 90% chance of success is worth a gamble? Perhaps Duan Lingtian is just putting on an act to scare you so you don't dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath. If you're right, Duan Lingtian will be finished." Li An's words were filled with persuasion and temptation. A 90% chance of success. He would take the gamble. If he won, he would live, and Duan Lingtian would die. Gu Chun's eyes lit up when he heard Li An's words. He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. However, when Gu Chun had made up his mind and was about to swear on the lightning penalty oath as he looked at Duan Lingtian with an indomitable spirit, Duan Lingtian suddenly spoke. Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. He said lazily, "How boring. Gu Chun, if you think you're at a disadvantage by swearing on the lightning penalty oath, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as you. What do you think? You should be willing to do that, right?" Boom! Gu Chun, who had made up his mind, felt as though he was struck by lightning when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Duan Lingtian's confidence and Duan Lingtian's indifference had completely destroyed the confidence he had built up with great difficulty. In his opinion, if Duan Lingtian destroyed his innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian would definitely swear on the lightning penalty oath. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to swear on the lightning penalty oath at the same time as him, let alone take the initiative to do so. However, Duan Lingtian had taken the initiative to do so because he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian. Gu Chun's confidence was instantly shattered. He must have sensed that you're going to burn your boats, so he chose to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Agree to swear on the lightning penalty oath with him, Li En reminded Gu Chun when he saw through the situation. However, the confidence that Gu Chun had painstakingly built up was already shattered. How could he possibly listen to Li En? He felt Li En was using him to make a bet. If he won, Duan Lingtian would die. If he lost, Li En would not lose anything. With this thought in mind, how could he possibly agree to Duan Lingtian's request? Yes, you didn't destroy my innate spiritual root. You didn't destroy it. I was careless when I was cultivating. I don't know how I destroyed it. Gu Chun's heart trembled when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, and he hastily said, "Whoosh!" Gu Chun's words caused an uproar among the crowd. They did not expect the truth would be revealed. As expected, Gu Chun is slandering Duan Lingtian. Humph! I've long seen that Gu Chun isn't a good person. He's really tricked Elder Lian this time. Several thousands of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. The crowd was in an uproar. Some people felt Gu Chun had slandered Duan Lingtian under Li An's instructions. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. Duan Lingtian smiled. He knew his plan of retreating by advancing had worked. Earlier, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Gu Chun because he had been paying attention to Gu Chun's expression from the beginning until the end. When he saw the determination on Gu Chun's face as though he had made a decision, he knew Gu Chun was going to burn his boats. He really did not dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath with Gu Chun. This was because he was the one who destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. To be more precise, he was the one who swallowed it. When Duan Lingtian heard Gu Chun's words, he sighed in relief. At the same time, he realized he had made the right bet. He had become the final winner. Li An's expression turned grave when he heard Gu Chun's words. When he heard Gu Chun's words, he knew there was no way he would be able to win. His plan of using this opportunity to get rid of Duan Lingtian had gone down the drain due to the presence of Gu Chun, this pig of a teammate. Humph! Li glanced at Gu Chun coldly and snorted before he turned around and left. From the beginning until the end, he did not speak to Gu Chun at all. It was obvious he was furious. Gu Chun, next time if you want to slander me with your master, you better come up with a good excuse. Your excuse this time is too lousy. It's full of flaws. Duan Lingtian, who was the final winner, was in high spirits. After he finished speaking to Gu Chun, he turned around and descended from the sky to return to his tertius house. Gu Chun was so angry that his body trembled when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. His eyes were wide open as he gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists so tightly that his fingertips dug deep into his palms. Although he was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to feel anything. The thousands of mocking gazes that were trained on him almost drove him mad. Duan Lingtian, as long as my cousin comes, you'll definitely die. You'll definitely die. Gu Chun knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian now that his innate spiritual root had been destroyed. Since he could not seek revenge himself, he placed all his hopes on his cousin, who was about to arrive. Right now, he saw his cousin as his last hope. Subsequently, it was peaceful for a month. After a month, an uninvited guest appeared outside the Black Turtle sanctum of Zoroastrianism. It was a travel-worn, middle-aged man. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately stopped by a patrol team led by a bronze flame elder from the Black Turtle sanctum. "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the Black Turtle sanctum of Zoroastrianism?" The bronze flame elder shouted in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was tall and had an ordinary appearance. He carried a long saber on his back. As he stood there, he looked like a towering iron tower. "My name is Gulong. I'm here to join the Zoroastrianism." The middle-aged man's expression did not change even when he was faced with the bronze flame elder. Then, the bronze flame elder took out a spiritual pearl that could be used to test one's innate spiritual root. After the test, it was determined the middle-aged man possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Chapter 1923. There was an ironclad rule in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Anyone with a blue innate spiritual root or above would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage as long as they cultivated diligently. The Saint Celestial stage was the last stage in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage were those who stood at the peak of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Brother Gulong, according to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who possess a blue innate spiritual root or above can join the Zoroastrianism without taking the test. Those who have just joined the Zoroastrianism will usually stay in the 4 symbols, sanctums first. The bronze flame elder's attitude became even more enthusiastic when he discovered Gulong possessed a blue innate spiritual root. When the bronze flame elder reached the end of his sentence, he even took the initiative to recommend, "Our Black Turtle sanctum is one of the 4 symbol sanctums. The number one defensive martial tactic, the Black Turtle's barrier, is in our Black Turtle sanctum. Why don't you stay in the Black Turtle sanctum first, Brother Gulong? The moment he finished speaking, he looked at Gulong expectantly, hoping Gulong would stay in the Black Turtle sanctum. If Gulong stayed in the Black Turtle sanctum, he would be able to recommend this martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle sanctum. He believed the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle sanctum would be interested in Gulong and might even take him in as his direct disciple. At that time, as long as the sanctum leader was happy, he would definitely benefit greatly. I'll go to whichever sanctum my cousin is in, Gulong said indifferently, ignoring the Bronze Flame Elder's enthusiasm. He was a genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. He had great potential. His future achievements would not be something this Bronze Flame Elder could compare to. Due to this reason, Gulong was very casual when he spoke to this Bronze Flame Elder. The Bronze Flame Elder, who thought Gulong would agree to his request, was stunned when he heard Gulong's words. He asked, "May I know who your cousin is, Brother Gulong?" "His name is Guchun, and he possesses a green innate spiritual root. 2 months ago, he came to participate in the assessment of the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If I'm not mistaken, he should have become the disciple of one of the 4 symbols sanctums, Silver Flame Elders. I came to the Zoroastrianism with the intention of becoming the disciple of one of the Silver Flame Elders." When Guchun was mentioned, a rare wisp of doting appeared in the depths of Gulong's unruly and fearless eyes. A few months ago, before Gulong and Guchun decided to come to Zoroastrianism, they had agreed that they would take the same person as their teacher when they came to Zoroastrianism. In order to take care of his cousin Guchun, Gulong did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to become the disciple of a Golden Flame Elder. He told Guchun to find a Silver Flame Elder and become his disciple after he entered the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism. If that Silver Flame Elder did not like Guchun, Guchun could use him. He believed that as long as he was willing to become the disciple of a Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism, that Silver Flame Elder would definitely give him face and accept Guchun as his disciple. His confidence came from his innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root. The blue innate spiritual root was the biggest bargaining chip in his hand. It was a bargaining chip that no Silver Flame Elder in the Zoroastrianism could refuse. "Why, you're Guchun's cousin?" The Bronze Flame Elder could not help but widen his eyes when he heard Gulong's words. At the same time, a shocked expression appeared on his face as though he had just learned something shocking. Naturally, he had heard of Guchun before. The 4 symbols, sanctums of Zoroastrianism would recruit disciples once every 3 years. The most recent recruitment was less than 2 months ago. This time, among the few Silver Flame Elders in the Black Turtle Sanctum, only Lian had accepted a direct disciple. Due to this reason, the group of Bronze Flame Elders, including him, found it strange. Elder Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. He had always had high standards. Although he had accepted 3 direct disciples in the past, all 3 of them were martial geniuses who possessed blue innate spiritual roots. When they learned that Lian had accepted Guchun, a person who possessed a green innate spiritual root, as his direct disciple, they were puzzled. They could not figure out why Li An's standards had changed so much. However, when he saw Gulong and heard his words, he immediately had an answer in his heart. No wonder Elder Lian accepted Guchun as his direct disciple. As it turns out, he accepted Guchun because of Gulong. This was the answer in the Bronze Flame Elder's heart. Gulong was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. If he was willing to accept Lian as his master, Lian would, naturally, not mind accepting Guchun as his disciple for Gulong's sake. At the same time, the Bronze Flame Elder sighed in disappointment. However, It seemed like it was impossible for him to recommend this person to the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Perhaps the sanctum leader might be interested in a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, but it was not to the point where he would lower himself to compete with a silver flame elder under his command. Unless the person was a monstrous genius who possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. However, a monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root who could even tempt the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, the Silver Flame Elder, would not be so presumptuous as to accept such a person as his disciple. "What, Elder, you know my cousin?" Gulong asked with a glint in his eyes when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words and saw the surprised expression on his face. "Yes." The Bronze Flame Elder nodded. "Your cousin is currently a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Elder Lien. Elder Lien? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder?" Gulong nodded inwardly when he heard this. It seemed like his cousin had good taste. He actually managed to become a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. However, your cousin is currently in a bad condition. The Bronze Flame Elder continued to say. The Bronze Flame Elder said as he carefully glanced at Gulong. A month ago, news of what happened in the residence of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had spread throughout the Black Turtle Sanctum, the four symbol sanctums, and even the Saint Land. It was none other than Gulong. For some reason, Gu Chun, the new direct disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lien, had lost his innate spiritual root. It had disappeared without a trace. Gu Chun's soul was fine even though his innate spiritual root was gone. Even a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to do that. For this reason, this matter had become an unsolved case in the four symbol sanctums since a month ago. Gu Chun's name had spread throughout the Zoroastrianism because of this. Naturally, if Gu Chun had a choice, he would rather not have such a reputation. This was because the price of such a reputation was too high. Without an innate spiritual root, it would be difficult for one's cultivation base to improve for the rest of one's life. It was equivalent to ruining one's life. What happened to my cousin? Upon hearing the Bronze Flame Elder's words, Gulong realized something had happened to his cousin. Horror dawned on his face immediately. Although Gu Chun was only his cousin, in his heart, Gu Chun was more important than his own younger brother. He had lost his parents when he was young. It was Gu Chun's father who raised him. Later on, Gu Chun's father had died in an accident to save him. From then on, he had played the role of a father and brother to Gu Chun. Naturally, he panicked when he learned something had happened to Gu Chun. "I'll send you to the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Let's talk about Gu Chun as we walk." After the Bronze Flame Elder asked the patrolling disciples behind him to leave, he brought Gulong to the west of the Black Turtle Sanctum. That was where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples lived. This is the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. Along the way, the Bronze Flame Elder gave Gulong the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. "Elder, what happened to my cousin?" Even when Gulong reached out to take the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he did not look away from the Bronze Flame Elder. A hint of worry could be seen in the depth of his eyes. His innate spiritual root is gone. The Bronze Flame Elder said with a sigh. His innate spiritual root was gone. When Gulong heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, it was as though he had been struck by lightning. Horror dawned on him as his eyes turned red. A ruthless aura began to emanate from his body. His innate spiritual root is gone. Gulong asked in a hoarse voice after a long while. His voice was cold as though it came from an ice cave. What happened? How did his innate spiritual root disappear just like that? Who did it? Naturally, Gulong knew what it meant to have his innate spiritual root disappear. For this reason, he could imagine how desperate his cousin must be right now. I don't know exactly how it disappeared. I'm not the only one who doesn't know. Even Gu Chun doesn't know about it. Upon hearing Gulong's words, the Bronze Flame Elder was stunned for a moment before he smiled wryly. He doesn't know about it either? Gulong was dumbfounded. The ruthless aura on his body disappeared immediately. Initially, he thought his cousin's innate spiritual root was stolen by someone, and that was why he was so angry. However, when he heard the Bronze Flame Elder's words, he felt helpless. Under the Bronze Flame Elder's lead, Gulong arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. After the Bronze Flame Elder learned about Gu Chun's tertius house from a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, he bade farewell to Gulong and left. Gulong, on the other hand, stepped on the air and landed outside the tertius house. Who's he? I don't think he's familiar. The Bronze Flame Elder brought him here. It seems like he's here to look for Gu Chun. Gulong's appearance naturally attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Gulong knocked on the door, and it was quickly opened. Brother. When Gu Chun opened the door and saw Gulong, his originally pale face lit up immediately. It was as though he had seen his last hope. He pounced on Gulong excitedly and hugged him tightly. Brother, you must avenge me. You must avenge me. Before Gulong could say anything, Gu Chun spoke again. His voice was filled with hysteria and madness. Chapter 1924. Revenge. Gulong was stunned when he heard Gu Chun's words. Then he pushed Gu Chun away and asked with a grave expression, Little Chun, what happened? Is your innate spiritual root really gone? Brother, it's true. My innate spiritual root is really gone, Gu Chun said with a sorrowful expression on his face. It was as though his words had hit a sore spot. That's an innate spiritual root. How could it be gone just like that? Moreover, you asked me to avenge you earlier? Avenge what? Gulong furrowed his brows in confusion. According to the Bronze Flame Elder, even his cousin did not know how he lost his innate spiritual root. If that was the case, how could he seek revenge? Who would he seek revenge from? Brother, I suspect that Duan Lingtian is the one who destroyed my innate spiritual root. However, I don't have any evidence, so I'm not 100% certain he's the one who did it. However, if he didn't do it, I really can't think of a reason why my innate spiritual root would disappear just like that. Gu Chun told Gulong about the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian. He also told Gulong everything that had happened between him and Duan Lingtian. I still think he's the most suspicious. I have a strong feeling that he has something to do with the disappearance of my innate spiritual root. After saying those words, Gu Chun clenched his fists tightly. His expression was ferocious as he spoke through gritted teeth. Casting his territory to block others' sight. Based on what you said, I'm 90% sure he's the one who destroyed your innate spiritual root. Gulong's eyes flashed coldly. After a moment of silence, he continued to speculate. He must have mastered some unimaginable technique that can destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul. However, to ordinary people, even a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse wouldn't be able to destroy a person's innate spiritual root without harming the person's soul at the same time. For this reason, nobody suspected him at all. When Gulong reached the end of his sentence, a cold-killing intent surged out of his body, causing the air in the surroundings to turn colder. If Duan Lingtian was here and heard Gulong's words, he would definitely turn pale with fright. Although Gulong did not guess completely correctly, he was close to the truth. That's very likely the case. However, a month ago, I didn't dare to gamble on the lightning penalty oath. I was worried that if it wasn't him, I would be killed by the lightning penalty. Brother, am I a coward? Are you disappointed? In front of Gulong, Gu Chun was like a child. No, Xiao Chun was not a coward. Xiao Chun did that just in case. Xiao Chun did the right thing. Hearing Gu Chun's words, Gulong immediately shook his head. Between the flashes of lightning, a strand of frightening cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it seemed to be choosing to devour people. Of course, such a frightening cold light was not directed at Gu Chun. His target was the Duan Lingtian whom he had yet to meet. Brother, I want that Duan Lingtian to die. Gulong's arrival swept away Gu Chun's dispirited look. His eyes shone coldly as killing intent surged out of them. His face was distorted as though he hated Duan Lingtian for killing his father or snatching his wife. Don't worry, he won't live. As Gulong spoke coldly, he casually changed into the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform that the Bronze Flame Elder had given him earlier. Wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's uniform meant he had officially become a disciple of Zoroastrianism. To be more precise, he was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in Zoroastrianism. Brother, Zoroastrianism has strict rules. We have to think of a way to get rid of that Duan Lingtian once and for all without violating the Zoroastrianism's rules. It's not worth it to sacrifice ourselves for him. After taking a deep breath, Gu Chun said with a cold expression on his face, "There's no need for that." However, when Gulong heard Gu Chun's words, he immediately rejected it in a domineering manner. When Gulong saw Gu Chun looking at him with a confused expression, he calmly said, "Little Chen, don't forget that I possess a blue innate spiritual root. Even if I violate the Zoroastrianism's rules and kill that Duan Lingtian, I won't be able to get rid of him. Do you think the fire worship sect would let your brother pay with his life for an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root? Of course not." Gu Chun shook his head without any hesitation. What a joke! A genius with a blue innate spiritual root was not someone a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root could compare to at all. Even if the former killed the latter, the Zoroastrianism would not destroy the former for the sake of the latter. At most, they would punish the former symbolically. A genius with a blue innate spiritual root would definitely become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse in the future. It would not be difficult for him to become a Silver Flame Elder or even a Golden Flame Elder in Zoroastrianism. Among the Golden Flame Elders in Zoroastrianism, there were 3 Golden Flame Elders who only possessed blue innate spiritual roots. Why would they destroy a future Silver Flame Elder or even a Golden Flame Elder for a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? It was impossible for Zoroastrianism to do such a thing. If I don't wear the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple and kill that Duan Lingtian, it'll be different. It'll be equivalent to an outsider challenging the entire Zoroastrianism. I'll definitely die. Now that I've changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, even if I kill that Duan Lingtian, it'll just be killing a fellow disciple. It'll just be a violation of the Zoroastrianism's rule. Gulong continued to say, "As long as I show my worth, the Zoroastrianism won't make me pay with my life for Duan Lingtian. At most, they'll punish me symbolically." Gulong's words were filled with confidence. "Little Chen, which tertius house is that Duan Lingtian staying in?" When Gulong spoke again, he turned around and soared into the air. His eyes were cold as he looked at the thousands of tertius houses in the surroundings. "This person is also a disciple of our Black Turtle Sanctum?" Although the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the distance did not hear the conversation between Gulong and Gu Chun, they could tell the relationship between the two of them was not simple. Not only that, but Gulong had also changed into the uniform of a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple in front of them. "I've never seen him before. Don't tell me he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism." "A newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? Doesn't that mean he's a newcomer to our Zoroastrianism? It's said that only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots and above have this privilege." "Don't tell me he's a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root." As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves, Their gazes turned extremely heated as they looked at Gulong, who was soaring into the air. At the same time, they could clearly feel the killing intent emitting from Gulong's body. What's he trying to do? Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples felt chills running down their spines. They were frightened by the killing intent on Gulong's body. "Brother, that house!" Then the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard Gu Chun's voice. At the same time, they saw Gu Chun soaring into the air with Gulong and pointing at a tertius house in the distance. That tertius house! Isn't that the tertius house that Duan Lingtian stays in? Many people recognized the tertius house that Gu Chun was pointing at was Duan Lingtian's house. At the same time, they realized the killing intent Gulong was emitting was directed at Duan Lingtian. Gu Chun addressed him as brother? He's Gu Chun's brother. Soon after, some people's attention shifted to the way Gu Chun addressed Gulong. It caused an uproar again. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect this person to be Gu Chun's brother. At the same time, a figure appeared out of thin air in the tertius house that Gu Chun was pointing at. It was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just left the 4th level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Hualao said that there's someone outside who wants to harm me. Duan Lingtian had heard Hualao's warning, so he had stopped cultivating and left the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. After putting the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda away, Duan Lingtian pushed the door open and left. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he clearly sensed 2 cold gazes piercing through the sky and landing on his body. The gazes were filled with extreme, killing intent. "It's Gu Chun and Lian again?" This was Duan Lingtian's guess before he raised his head. When he raised his head and looked at the owners of the 2 pairs of eyes, he discovered one of them was actually Gu Chun. One of them was indeed Gu Chun. However, the other person was not Lian. It was a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. At this moment, the killing intent that surged out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's body had shifted from the tertius house behind him to him. It was obvious the other party's target was him. "Who's he?" When Ling Tian saw the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple standing next to Gu Chun, he could not help but feel puzzled. "Brother, it's him." At the same time, Duan Lingtian heard Gu Chun's angry voice. Gu Chun was talking to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who carried a long saber on his back. Gu Chun's brother? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. As it turned out, this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was Gu Chun's brother. It was no wonder he would target him. However, Gu Chun actually has a brother in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian thought Gu Chun's brother had long been a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. It did not cross his mind that Gu Chun's brother had just joined the Zoroastrianism sect today. It did not cross his mind that Gu Chun's brother was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. "You're Duan Lingtian?" As soon as Gu Chun finished speaking, Gulong's eyes were fixed on Duan Lingtian as he asked in a cold and deep voice, "So what if I am?" Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly when he sensed Gulong's killing intent. Naturally, he did not hold back. "You're really arrogant." Gulong's expression turned grave. As he sneered, he raised his hand at lightning speed and unsheathed the long saber on his back. "I'd like to see if you're qualified to be arrogant." Chapter 1925. Buzz. The sound of a saber chiming resonated in the air. After Gulong drew the long saber from his back, he slashed it at Duan Lingtian's head. The saber ray shone brightly like a bright moon in the sky. "Everyone, please search for the complete picture." Swish! In the next instant, a saber ray that was hundreds of meters long directly locked onto Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but it also swept toward Duan Lingtian in an unparalleled manner. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been sucked away. Only the sound of the saber chiming could be heard. Swish! 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 Horror dawned on the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. They did not expect Gu Chun's brother to be so bold as to directly attack Duan Lingtian. He had completely disregarded the rules of Zoroastrianism. Was he seeking death? At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively had the same thought. It was a felony to kill a fellow disciple in Zoroastrianism. Swish! At this moment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were not the only ones who were horrified. Even Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. This was because he did not expect Gu Chun's brother would attack him. Moreover, judging from his opponent's stance, it was obvious he wanted to kill him. Golden Crow's wings. In the face of the gigantic saber ray that was falling from the sky and approaching him in just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian suddenly shouted in his heart. The Sun Saint energy in the 99 Saint veins in his body began to circulate rapidly. The Sun Saint energy flowed through the 99 Saint veins and covered the surface of Duan Lingtian's body in just a blink of an eye. It consolidated into a pair of gigantic wings that seemed to be made of flames. This was the high-grade movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered, the Golden Crow's wings. Boom! When the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back suddenly flapped, it instantly caused the air to tremble. A thunderous explosion reverberated in the air, causing the air to almost be sucked out. Swoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian's body shot out like a cannonball, almost brushing past the huge blade light descending from the sky. The speed of the blade light and the vast amount of saint power contained within it caused Duan Lingtian to feel a lingering fear. At the same time, he also confirmed one thing. Even if Gu Chun's brother was not at the quintessential saint stage, he was definitely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Otherwise, a casual swing of the saber would not be so terrifying. Boom! Just as Duan Lingtian was guessing Gu Chun's brother's cultivation base with lingering fear, he heard another loud boom. It sounded like something had collapsed. It was the third-grade house that he lived in. It was directly slashed into two halves by the saber and collapsed with a loud bang, causing dust to fill the sky. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. From Gulong's attack to Duan Lingtian dodging Gulong's saber to the collapse of the third-grade house that Duan Lingtian lived in. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples only regained their senses when the third-grade house collapsed. What's going on? What's going on? The commotion caused by Gulong was huge. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples came out of their respective residences in shock. All of them had a confused expression on their faces. However, as soon as they came out, they quickly learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present. Gu Chun's brother? He's also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? He directly killed Duan Lingtian the moment he saw him? Is he ignoring the Zoroastrianism's rule? Isn't he afraid of death? If he killed Duan Lingtian, he'll definitely die according to the Zoroastrianism's rule. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had just come out of their respective residences were shocked. When they discussed among themselves, they kept mentioning the Zoroastrianism's rule. They were shocked that Gu Chun's brother had ignored the Zoroastrianism's rule. Is Gu Chun's brother not afraid of death? Even the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were originally present regained their senses at this moment. When they looked at Gulong, who was next to Gu Chun again, their eyes were filled with confusion. No matter how they looked at it, they could not tell Gulong was someone who was not afraid of death. What gave him the courage to ignore the Zoroastrianism's rule? No wonder my cousin can't do anything to you. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, this little bit of strength is nothing in front of me. Gulong, that slash just now was just a casual slash of mine. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gulong continued to look at Duan Lingtian coldly as he said, "You won't be so lucky next time." Gulong? His name is Gulong? I've never heard of him before. Since when did our Black Turtle Sanctum have such a person? Earlier, I think he was personally sent here by a bronze flame elder. That bronze flame elder seems to be very polite to him. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who just arrived today. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves as they looked at Gulong again. Some of them speculated solemnly. If this Gulong really just arrived at our Zoroastrianism today, doesn't that mean he's a martial genius with an innate spiritual root who possesses a blue innate spiritual root or above? That's possible. In our Zoroastrianism, only martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots or above can come here whenever they want. This Gulong is most likely a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. A blue innate spiritual root. That's a pass to enter the saint celestial stage. If this Gulong really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he'll be able to become a silver flame elder in our Zoroastrianism at the very least. That's right. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, he might even be able to become a golden flame elder if he works hard in the future. Another round of whispers broke out again. In the end, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene confirmed one thing. Gulong was a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root. If he really possesses a blue innate spiritual root, then everything makes sense. He dares to disregard the rules of our Zoroastrianism because of his innate talent. With his innate talent, even if he kills the Duan Lingtian, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him to avenge the Duan Lingtian. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple suddenly chimed in. The moment his words left his mouth, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples in the surroundings were enlightened. That's right. A martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root is the target of our Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if he's killed by someone with a blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for Zoroastrianism to kill him. At most, we'll just punish him symbolically. It's not a big deal at all. In this case, even if Gulong kills the Duan Lingtian, nothing will happen to him. Theoretically, yes. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to be in trouble. The whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples naturally entered Duan Lingtian's ears, causing his expression to turn grave. To be more precise, it caused Duan Lingtian's expression to freeze. You possess a blue innate spiritual root? At the same time, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Gulong and stared at him intently. If someone were to look closely at Duan Lingtian's eyes, they would be able to see that there was a burning desire in Duan Lingtian's eyes. In the depth of Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a gleam of burning brilliance. It was as though he had seen some sort of treasure. Duan Lingtian, are you afraid now that you know my cousin possesses a blue innate spiritual root? Before Gulong could speak, Gu Chun had already laughed out loud. His face was filled with joy as though he was elated. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian and said something that was inconvenient for him to say. Duan Lingtian, my brother possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules and kills you, the sect will only punish him symbolically at most. It's not a big deal at all. Do you regret offending me, Gu Chun? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for offending me. Duan Lingtian. Gu Chun's tone was filled with pride when he reached the end of his voice transmission. However, the smile on his face soon froze when he realized Duan Lingtian did not pay any attention to him at all. He did not even look at him. Duan Lingtian's eyes were trained on his cousin, Gulong, from the beginning until the end. Blue innate spiritual root? Good. Very good. Very good. Nobody knew how Duan Lingtian felt at this moment. He was extremely excited because Gulong possessed the intermediate and high-grade innate spiritual root that he had always dreamed of. Blue innate spiritual root. If I can devour his blue innate spiritual root, even if I lose some of it, my innate spiritual root will definitely transform into a green innate spiritual root. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian looked at Gulong as though he was looking at a treasure. As it turned out, he was eyeing Gulong's innate spiritual root. From the moment Gulong made a move to kill him, he would not rest until one of them was dead. He did not feel guilty about devouring Gulong's innate spiritual root. Instead, he felt excited. Based on the current situation, Gulong should be a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he thought of this. If Gulong was at the quintessential saint stage or above, it would be fine if he was at the early quintessential saint stage. Now that he had unleashed all his techniques and the Jasper celestial sword, he was confident he could kill Gulong. However, if Gulong was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage or above, he would not be able to kill Gulong even if he did not hold back. Little Chen, why are you wasting your breath on him? Gulong smirked. His gaze turned even colder as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, although I don't know how you destroyed my brother's innate spiritual root, it's no longer important. You'll definitely die today. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed out like a sharp arrow that tore through the sky and shot towards Duan Lingtian. It was different from when he stood on the spot and attacked earlier. Now, when he attacked with the 100 inscriptions spirit saber in his hand, the attack power was far from what the previous saber attack could compare to. Duan Lingtian destroyed Gu Chun's innate spiritual root. Many people were shocked by Gulong's words. As far as they knew, Gu Chun's innate spiritual root was not destroyed by Duan Lingtian, right? A month ago, Elder Li Un and Gu Chun had visited Duan Lingtian to denounce him. The truth had already been revealed. Chapter 1926. Everyone did not have time to think about it as they shifted their attention to Gulong's figure that shot out at lightning speed. Gulong is a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Soon after, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples confirmed Gulong's cultivation base. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? Duan Lingtian seems to be only at the early exemplary saint stage. Although Duan Lingtian has mastered an extraordinary divine ability, with his strength, it seems like it's not enough for him to face a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, right? If the elders don't make it in time, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. With Gulong's strength, it'll be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if the elders make it in time, I'm afraid they won't be able to arrive before Duan Lingtian is killed. It seems like Duan Lingtian is going to die for nothing. Gulong possesses a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he violates the sect's rules, he won't be punished. At most, he'll be punished symbolically. That's for sure. There are less than 100 martial geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots in the entire Zoroastrianism. Such a person is the focus of the sect. How can they let him pay with his life for an ordinary disciple who only possesses a yellow innate spiritual root? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian with pity in their eyes. Whoosh! Perhaps Gulong was worried the Black Turtle Sanctum's elders would make it here. He did not hold back and instantly consolidated his territory. A territory consolidated by Saint energy was, naturally, much more powerful than a territory consolidated by true origin. As soon as Gulong's territory appeared, it set off a fierce aura. Upon closer inspection, one could see Gulong's territory had formed a scene. In the scene, there were various sabers that were either stabbed into the ground or hovering in the air. These sabers were of different lengths and sizes. The scene in the scene resembled a tomb of sabers. This was Gulong's 1,000 sabers territory. This territory is similar to my 10,000 swords territory. However, I'm 100% certain that Gulong is only a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. When Duan Lingtian saw Gulong charging towards him, the Sun Saint energy in his body stirred as he began to channel the elementary devouring spell. If he didn't use the elementary devouring technique, he wouldn't be a match for Gulong. After all, his current cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. Even if the sun saint energy was special, his strength was only comparable to an ordinary early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. Compared to Gulong, who was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was still lacking. As for the gap between him and Gulong, he could only make up for it with the elementary devouring technique. However, I must end this quickly. If I wait for the elders from the Black Turtle Sanctum to arrive, I'll lose the chance to kill him. We must kill him before those elders arrive. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian circulated the Sun Saint power that he had just gathered and cast the elementary devouring spell. At once, with Duan Lingtian in the center, the air began to vibrate as a faint whirlpool appeared. The whirlpool spun faster and faster before it finally produced a powerful suction force. To be more precise, it was the devouring energy. The moment the devouring energy appeared, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged into Duan Lingtian's body at an exaggerated speed. In the end, it was completely sucked dry. So this is the divine ability that you're using to suppress my brother? I'll let you know that all your struggles are futile in the face of absolute strength. When Duan Lingtian cast the elementary devouring spell, Gulong had also sensed it. However, he merely smiled disdainfully. He was only an early exemplary, saint stage, martial, cultivator. On the other hand, he was at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Put aside the fact that the divine ability cast by his opponent might not be a high-grade divine ability. Even if it was, it would be useless in the face of absolute strength. After all, even if it was a high-grade divine ability, it still depended on the strength of the caster. If the caster's strength was weak, the power of the high-grade divine ability would naturally be weak as well. For this reason, Gulong was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's elementary devouring spell at all. Duan Lingtian, remember this when you're in the underworld. The person who's going to kill you is me, Gulong. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Gulong cried out loudly as the saint energy in his body surged out without any reservation. In just a blink of an eye, his speed increased again. At the same time, the 100 inscription saint saber in his hand had also transformed into a streak of light as it moved around his body in a rhythmic manner. As time passed by, the speed of its movement became faster and faster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. If one were to sense it carefully, one would be able to see that every time the 100 inscriptions saint saber moved around Gulong, the energy in the saber would increase. In the end, the 100 inscriptions saint saber was filled with an explosive energy. This seems to be the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion. At the same time, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple recognized the divine ability that Gulong had cast. Ninefold spiritual infusion? I've heard of it. It's a mid-grade divine ability. However, it's said that this middle-grade divine ability is one of the best among the middle-grade divine abilities. It's infinitely close to a high-grade divine ability. This Gulong has already more or less grasped the ninefold spirit infusion and has already attained the level of 8 stages. High innate talent and strong comprehension ability. This Gulong is indeed a rare martial Tao genius. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples praised. The ninefold spirit infusion was a mid-grade divine ability. It focused on pouring 9 layers of energy into a saint artifact, and it was known as the ninefold force. But now, if one took a closer look, they would be able to see that on Gulong's 100 inscriptions saint blade, there were 8 layers of power. It was the eightfold force. It was only one step away from the strongest ninefold force. A powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage cast the divine ability, the ninefold spirit infusion, to deal with an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. It seems like Gulong is worried the elders will come, so he wants to kill Duan Lingtian in the shortest time possible. Although the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast is extraordinary and I can't see through it, his cultivation base is too weak. Even if he cast a high-grade divine ability, it's impossible for him to be a match for Gulong. That's right. His cultivation base is only at the early exemplary saint stage. Nobody was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. All they felt was that Duan Lingtian would definitely die. However, based on their words, they all agreed that Duan Lingtian was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. They wondered what kind of expression they would have if they found out that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was only at the early divine saint stage. They also did not know that the divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast was not only a high-grade divine ability, but it was also a heaven-defying high-grade divine ability. It was the elementary devouring tactic. The elementary devouring tactic focused on devouring all the energy in one's surroundings to boost one's strength in a short period of time. Although the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian mastered was not as good as the old man he encountered in the divine ability relic that contained the elementary devouring tactic, he was not far away from the old man. Currently, with the sun saint energy that was equivalent to the saint energy at the early exemplary saint stage, he could boost his strength to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy in a short period of time by devouring the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. He was only a step away from the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in Gulong's body. What a powerful energy! When Gulong was not far away from Duan Lingtian, the elementary devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian had cast had already devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, boosting the sun saint energy in his body to the mastery exemplary saint stage. At this moment, he felt as though the energy in his body was about to explode. This was his first time experiencing such a powerful energy. This is when the energy in Duan Lingtian's body changed. It shocked many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. This energy is comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy, right? It doesn't seem like the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy, but its strength is comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy. Heavens! What kind of divine ability did Duan Lingtian cast? It raised his strength by 2 levels. The divine ability he cast must be an assist-type divine ability. It's similar to the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum that originated from the inheritance of the dragons, the true form Berserk transformation. It shouldn't be able to last for long. Moreover, there's a huge after-effect to it as well. Duan Lingtian's energy can only last for a while. After a while, not only will he revert to his original form, but there will be after-effects as well. His strength will weaken further. Soon after, many people could tell Duan Lingtian had cast an assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength in a short period of time. This assist-type divine ability was similar to the high-grade divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Due to the fact that the assist-type divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum had a huge after-effect, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would have an after-effect as well. Assist-type divine ability? It can raise one's strength to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy in a short period of time. Gulong had a disdainful expression on his face. So what if Duan Lingtian raised his strength to the mastery exemplary saint stage saint energy? He was a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Die! Gulong shouted again. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to feel their eardrums vibrate as though their ears were ringing. At the same time, the thousands of sabers in Gulong's territory charged toward Duan Lingtian along with 100 inscriptions spirit saber that was strengthened by the divine ability, the 9 heaps spirit infusion. It was as though it was raining sabers. Naturally, it was a horizontal saber rain. It was not only Gulong's 100 inscriptions, spirit saber, and the thousands of sabers in his territory that formed the saber rain, but it was also the saber ray that was formed by his 100 inscriptions, spirit saber. Chapter 1927. Die. As Gulong shouted, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively held their breaths as they watched the scene in front of them. A young man stood alone in the direction of the saber rain. His figure looked so frail as though he would fall at any time. Golden crow's wings. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself in a low voice as he watched the saber rain that was charging at him at an extremely fast speed. His Sun Saint energy that had been enhanced by the elementary devouring tactic instantly transformed into a pair of gigantic wings. It was even bigger than the wings that appeared before. The flames burning on it were even more exaggerated. The most exaggerated part was yet to come. The pair of gigantic wings that were burning with flames flapped violently to both sides. Suddenly, boom, 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 boom. At this moment, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme. When the air collided with each other, a deafening explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian's body shot out into the distance at a speed that was even faster than the saber rain. He easily dodged Gulong's all-out attack, causing the saber rain that was transformed from Gulong's all-out attack to miss. The saber rain missed its target, but its momentum did not decrease as it continued to sweep toward the distance. In that direction, there were hundreds of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples standing there. As soon as these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Gulong making his move, horror dawned on them, and they immediately retreated. However, since Duan Ling Tian had dodged the saber rain that was unobstructed swept toward them earlier than they expected. Whoosh! 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 In the wake of the saber rain, more than 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were weaker did not manage to dodge in time and were killed by the saber rain. Blood rained down from the sky. It was a ghastly sight. Gasp! 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 Upon seeing this, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene could not help but gasp. Many of them felt fortunate that they did not stand there in the beginning. It's a good thing I came here from the other side. Otherwise, I would have died. A few of the weaker Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples rejoiced inwardly. Impossible. In the next moment, a cry of disbelief rang out. It was Gulong's voice. At this moment, Gulong looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had easily dodged his attack. His eyes fell on the wings on Duan Ling Tian's back. His expression was very ugly. Advanced movement god art. At this time, if he still couldn't realize that Duan Ling Tian had used an extremely powerful high-level movement divine ability, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. Hiss! 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 When all the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian, the sound of them gasping could be heard again. Previously, they had gasped because of the dozens of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were killed by Gulong. Now, they were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's movement divine ability. What a terrifying movement divine ability! With the strength of a mastery exemplary Saint Stage powerhouse, he easily dodged Gulong's attack by casting a movement divine ability. The movement divine ability Duan Ling Tian cast is definitely a high-grade movement divine ability. Moreover, he must have mastered the essence of this high-grade movement divine ability. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. I'm afraid this high-grade movement divine ability is not inferior to the divine ability in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. That pair of flaming wings looks like a real pair of wings. The pair of wings transformed from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability looks like a pheasant's wings in front of it. That's right. Just by looking at the pair of wings on Duan Ling Tian's back, I can tell it's much more powerful than the wings transformed from the vermilion bird sanctum's movement, divine ability. This movement divine ability might be even more advanced than the divine ability in the vermilion bird sanctum. One by one, the black turtle sanctum's disciples regained their senses. All of them were shocked by the high-grade divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast. This was because the speed of the golden crow's wings was just too fast. With this high-grade movement divine ability, Duan Lingtian's speed is already faster than Gulong. He's already invincible in this battle. Invincible? You're thinking too much. Don't forget that the reason Duan Lingtian has the strength of a mastery exemplary saint stage powerhouse is because he has cast an assist-type divine ability similar to the divine ability in the Azure Dragon Sanctum. Such a divine ability won't last for long. The strength in his body will soon return to its original state. If I were him, I'd definitely run away from Gulong with my current speed. Gulong won't be able to catch up to him now. If he wants to live, he has no choice but to do this. Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed that Duan Lingtian would use his high-grade, movement, divine ability to run away from Gulong. Gulong's expression changed immediately when he realized this. If that was the case, he might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian today. How could this be? Gu Chun, who was hovering in the air in the distance, had a grave expression on his face. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. He actually mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. He's just an early exemplary, saint stage, martial cultivator. What's so good about him? Gu Chun roared in his heart. In the end, his face was filled with jealousy. Don't tell me we really can't kill him today. Gu Chun was extremely dissatisfied. Run away. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Regarding this, he snorted in contempt. Did Duan Lingtian need to run away? Even if his current strength could not last for long, he was confident he could kill Gulong within a short period of time. The blue innate spiritual root. It's mine. Duan Lingtian looked at Gulong with a hint of greed in his eyes. In his opinion, Gulong's innate spiritual root, the blue innate spiritual root, would bring him a brand new change. Boom, 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 boom. As the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air, not only did Duan Lingtian not run away, but he even charged toward Gulong at an extremely fast speed. He didn't run away. Upon seeing this, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene were stunned. Humph! Why didn't he run away when he had such a good opportunity? He's just seeking death. Don't you see he's charging toward Gulong? He didn't run away because he wants to kill Gulong. Kill Gulong? Him alone? Gulong might not be as fast as him, but he's only fast. Unless he has a high-grade offensive divine ability, he might not be able to break through Gulong's defense. If Gulong has mastered a defensive divine ability, even if it's only a medium-grade defensive divine ability, he might not be able to break through Gulong's defense, even if he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves again. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was seeking death by staying behind. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength would be reduced to its original state after a while. At that time, even if he had a high-grade movement divine ability, he would still be a fish on Gulong's chopping board. He would be at Gulong's mercy. He's not running away. Don't tell me he has mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Gulong's expression turned grave when he saw Duan Lingtian charging toward him. He did not master a defensive divine ability. If Duan Lingtian had really mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he might really go for wool and come home shorn. He might even be killed by Duan Lingtian. Impossible. With his cultivation base and low innate talent, he's already extremely lucky to be able to successfully comprehend a high-grade movement divine ability. Moreover, the assist-type divine ability he cast earlier might also be a high-grade divine ability. If that's the case, it's impossible for him to comprehend a third high-grade divine ability. Gulong sighed in relief when he thought about this. I'll defend for a while more, as long as the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off. Killing him will be as easy as stepping on an ant. The moment Gulong thought of this, his confidence was boosted. Soon after, Duan Lingtian arrived near Gulong. Gulong did not stay idle. Although he knew his attacks would not be able to touch Duan Lingtian, he still continued to attack. Naturally, Duan Lingtian easily dodged all his attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the mastery exemplary saint stages, saint energy. When he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, with such strength, his speed was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. With Duan Lingtian's current speed, nobody would have any objections if he was called the fastest speed under the quintessential saint stage. This was because he was indeed fast. He could easily crush a powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian dodged Gulong's attacks, he continued to attack. His first attack was a sword technique that contained the profundity of the second stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. It was comparable to an ordinary heaven, rank, primitive, saint, grade, martial tactic. However, a sword move of this level was not worth mentioning to Gulong. Gulong's defensive technique was a heaven, rank, mediocre, saint, grade, martial tactic. Although he had not cultivated it to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, due to the support of his saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it was not something Duan Lingtian's sword technique could break. Upon seeing this, the fear in Gulong's heart disappeared. It was replaced with excitement. After a while, the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability would wear off. At that time, he would be able to kill Duan Lingtian easily. This Duan Lingtian is really digging his own grave. A cruel smile appeared on Gu Chun's face in the distant sky. I don't want to play with you anymore. Just when everyone thought Duan Lingtian would not be able to kill Gulong, Duan Lingtian spoke in a voice that only Gulong could hear. Although he spoke casually, it was like a clap of thunder when it entered Gulong's ears. Horror dawned on Gulong's face immediately. He's still hiding his strength. A thought suddenly appeared in Gulong's mind. In the next instant, he saw the air within a 100-meter radius of Duan Lingtian vibrating as a dazzling golden territory solidified. Apart from blocking everyone's sight, it also shrouded Gulong with this territory. Chapter 1928. When Duan Lingtian's 10,000 swords territory appeared, Gulong discovered that Duan Lingtian's strength was much stronger than his. Although Duan Lingtian's territory was more powerful than his territory, it was only on par with his 1,000 sabers territory, since it was only activated by the saint energy at the mastery exemplary saint stage. Do you think you can break my defense just by consolidating your territory? How naive! Gulong had a disdainful expression on his face when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Even if Duan Lingtian consolidated his territory, he would not be able to break through his defense. He still had this bit of confidence in himself. I don't plan to use my territory to deal with you. When Duan Lingtian saw the 10,000 swords territory had spread out and blocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's view, he felt relieved. He turned around and said to Gulong indifferently, Duan Lingtian, don't worry. When his words entered Gulong's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. At the same time, Gulong's expression changed greatly. At the same time, fear appeared in his eyes. Stop trying to mystify me. Taking a deep breath, Gulong suppressed the fear that rose in his heart for no reason and roared. Mystify me? Upon hearing Gulong's words, Duan Lingtian merely shook his head and smiled. His nonchalant expression made Gulong even more fearful. In the end, Gulong flew into a rage out of humiliation and attacked Duan Lingtian again. Otherworldly, celestial. As Duan Lingtian chanted inwardly, he shot up into the sky. With the help of the golden crow's wings, he disappeared from Gulong's sight in just a blink of an eye. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Upon seeing this, Gulong was stunned. He could not see what Duan Lingtian was doing at all. As Duan Lingtian shot up into the sky, he also brought his 10,000 swords territory with him. When Duan Lingtian disappeared into the sky, the 10,000 swords territory disappeared as well. Gulong's figure reappeared in front of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, including Gu Chun. Duan Lingtian seems to have gone up to the sky. Could it be that the support-type divine ability he used is about to disappear? It's possible. After a moment of silence, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves again. The effect of the support divine ability is about to wear off. When Gulong, who was still in a state of shock, heard the whispers of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around him, a look of realization appeared on his face. It seems like he was just deliberately mystifying things earlier. Damn it, I was actually scared. When he thought about how he was scared out of his wits just now, Gulong immediately felt ashamed and resentful. In the next moment, he stomped his feet in the air and shot up into the sky like an arrow. Duan Lingtian, you're faster than me now. But once the effects of your support god art wear off, what are you going to use to fight me? You're dead meat. As he soared into the sky, Gulong's heart was filled with joy. Those who didn't know would have thought that Duan Lingtian had already died in his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, almost as soon as Gulong soared into the sky, 3 short-lived sword cries resonated in the air and reverberated in all directions. When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples heard the cries, a gigantic golden light shield with a radius of 100 meters had already enveloped Gulong. Stop! Before the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could return to their senses, a furious shout resonated in the air from afar. Based on the voice, it seemed like the person was still very far away. A Black Turtle Sanctum's elder. Almost as soon as the shout resonated in the air, Duan Lingtian, who was in the 10,000 sword territory, had a change of expression. He immediately called out to Huolao, "Huolao, help me devour his innate spiritual root." In front of Duan Lingtian, tens of thousands of golden sword rays gathered and formed a sword platform that supported Gulong's body. To be more precise, it was Gulong's body. At this moment, Gulong's eyes were wide open as he lay there with a grievance. There were 3 fatal wounds on his body that were still bleeding. These were the marks left behind by Duan Lingtian when he cast his high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly flying sword, on Gulong's body. Currently, he could only summon 2 clones when he cast the otherworldly celestial. Even so, with the otherworldly celestial and the profundity of the 2nd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Lingtian easily breached Gulong's defense and killed him before he could even react. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. It was extremely natural. However, it was a pity. Due to the 10,000 sword territory, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, present on the scene, did not see the most important scene, where Gulong was killed by Duan Lingtian in just 3 strikes. His innate spiritual root is a blue innate spiritual root. As Duan Lingtian called out to Huolao, Huolao extended his divine consciousness into the depths of Gulong's soul to investigate and sense Gulong's innate spiritual root. Huolao rarely paid attention to the situation outside, so he had only just found out Gulong possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Huolao, guide my divine consciousness to sense his innate spiritual root. I must devour his innate spiritual root before the Black Turtle Sanctum's elder arrives. He's already dead, so his soul will dissipate soon. At that time, the blue innate spiritual root will disappear as well. This is my last chance. As Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness entered Gulong's soul, he hastily urged Huolao, As Duan Ling Tian urged Elder Hua, he placed his hand on Gulong's forehead and cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. He was ready to attack at any time. All right. When Hua Lao sensed Duan Lingtian's anxiousness, he did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly used his divine consciousness to guide Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness to sense Gulong's innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root is of a higher grade than the one you devoured previously. For this reason, the aura in his innate spiritual root is much denser. I've sensed it. As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, Duan Lingtian immediately sensed Gulong's innate spiritual root. Just as Hua Lao had said, Gulong's innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Its presence was much stronger than Gu Chun's innate spiritual root that Duan Lingtian had devoured previously. For this reason, Duan Lingtian immediately sensed Gulong's innate spiritual root and locked onto it. After locking onto Gulong's innate spiritual root with his divine consciousness, the next step was simple. Duan Lingtian could complete the task on his own. As the saying went, difficult the first time, easy the second time. This was Duan Lingtian's second time devouring an innate spiritual root. He controlled the devouring energy and merged it with his innate spiritual root before devouring Gulong's innate spiritual root. I didn't expect Gulong to lose so much of his innate spiritual root even though I acted so quickly. As Duan Lingtian sighed, he could clearly sense the changes in his innate spiritual root. The speed at which he sensed the heaven and earth spirit energy was a few times faster than usual. Your innate spiritual root has transformed from dark yellow to dark green, Hua Lao reminded Duan Lingtian in a timely manner. It's just as I expected. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this outcome. No matter what, Gulong's innate spiritual root was a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he lost some of it during the devouring process, it was still a piece of cake for him to transform his yellow innate spiritual root into a green innate spiritual root. Stop! At this moment, a loud shout resonated in the air again. It shocked Duan Lingtian so much that he regained his senses. He immediately withdrew his 10,000 swords territory. When Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory, he discovered two old figures had arrived near the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Based on the robes the two old men were wearing, it was obvious they were the Black Turtle Sanctum's Silver Flame elders. One of them was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. If it was any other time, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene would have bowed to the two old men. However, at this moment, they were looking at the sky not far away. As the territory that resembled a golden light shield disappeared, a young man hovered in the air unscathed. Not far away from him, a corpse fell from the sky. A moment later, it crashed heavily on the ground with a boom. Boom! When the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene heard this, they were shocked. When they regained their senses, an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. How's this possible? Gulong is dead. He's a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. A martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage died in the hands of an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator? Can someone tell me what the F***CK is going on? Am I dreaming? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene fell silent for a moment before an uproar broke out. Goodness, what did they just see? A genius martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root had died in the hands of an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. If they did not see this with their own eyes, they would not have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Brother! A sorrowful cry rang in the air as a figure descended from the sky and appeared above Gulong's corpse. His face turned pale as he looked at Gulong's corpse. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his cousin, whom he regarded as a savior, would actually die. He had died in the hands of someone he hated to the core. How's this possible? Impossible. Gu Chun shook his head as he looked at Gulong's corpse. In the end, he muttered to himself in disbelief. "You're not my brother. You're not my brother. My brother can't be so useless. My brother can't be so useless. So he's your cousin who possesses a blue innate spiritual root?" In the next instant, an old figure appeared next to Gu Chun. He looked at Gulong's corpse as he asked in a deep voice. The appearance of this person immediately caused Gu Chun to quiver. He completely recovered from his shock. "Master." Chapter 1929. The old man who appeared next to Gu Chun was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. He was also Gu Chun's master. He was willing to accept Gu Chun as his disciple because Gu Chun had promised to let his cousin, a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, become his disciple as well. It could be said that he had accepted Gu Chun as his disciple for the sake of Gu Chun's cousin. Today, when Lian received the Bronze Flame Elder's report that Gu Chun's cousin had come to the Black Turtle Sanctum for Zoroastrianism, he was extremely happy. He had even waited for Gu Chun's cousin to come and look for him after catching up with Gu Chun. Who would have thought that, instead of waiting for the person, they would receive a piece of shocking news? Gu Chun's cousin, Gulong, had disregarded the Zoroastrianism's rules and attacked Duan Lingtian in the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with the intention of killing Duan Lingtian. Although Lian was shocked when he heard this, he was not worried at all. No matter what, Gulong was a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Even if he killed Duan Lingtian in the Zoroastrianism, he would only receive a symbolic punishment. Duan Lingtian was merely a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. In terms of value, he was nothing compared to Gulong naturally. In terms of value, as a Silver Flame Elder, Lian was undoubtedly more valuable than Gulong in the eyes of Zoroastrianism. However, since he was a Silver Flame Elder and could represent the fire worship sect, he could not act recklessly like Gulong and attack the disciples of the fire worship sect. Otherwise, the damage to the reputation of Zoroastrianism was not something a Silver Flame Elder, like him, could make up for with his life. For this reason, although Lian was a Silver Flame Elder of Zoroastrianism, he did not dare to act recklessly against Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have died in his hands long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to survive until now. Although Lian was not worried about Gulong's safety, he still personally came over just to be safe. With him around, the other Silver Flame Elder in charge of enforcing the law in the Black Turtle Sanctum would, naturally, treat Gulong, who had killed Duan Lingtian, with kindness. From the beginning to the end, he had never doubted whether Gulong could kill Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, there was no suspense at all. Gu Chun had long told him that Gulong was a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Killing an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator was easier than killing a chicken or cutting grass. Dead, he's actually dead! Lian did not expect to see Duan Lingtian's body when he arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Instead, he saw the body of Gulong, who was about to become his direct disciple. Gulong was a martial Dao genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Due to this reason, Gulong's importance in Lian's heart had far surpassed Gu Chun's, even though he had not seen him before. Due to this reason, he was filled with rage. A direct disciple who possessed a blue innate spiritual root was killed just like that. Duan Lingtian, how dare you kill your fellow disciple? In the next instant, Lian's eyes gleamed coldly as he shouted. He raised his head and stared at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air in the distance. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces again. However, he could not act recklessly. Currently, Duan Lingtian was already a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, a disciple of Zoroastrianism. Even if he was guilty of killing his fellow disciple, only the enforcement elder in the Zoroastrianism could punish him. Although Li En was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder, he did not have the authority to do so. However, this did not mean he could not convict Duan Ling Tian of his crimes, killing my fellow disciple. Upon hearing Li An's words, Duan Ling Tian was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. "What are you laughing at?" Li An's expression turned grave. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, as though he was about to devour someone. "I'm laughing at the fact that someone who's a Silver Flame elder only knows how to lie." After Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing, he looked at Li En indifferently and said mockingly, "You." Li En naturally knew Duan Ling Tian was talking about him. However, since Duan Ling Tian did not mention his name, there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. If Duan Ling Tian had mentioned him, he could still punish Duan Ling Tian for disrespecting a Silver Flame elder. Even if he could not kill Duan Ling Tian, he could still vent his anger. However, Duan Ling Tian seemed to know what he was thinking. He did not give him a chance at all. "Senior brothers and senior sisters, you are all my witnesses for today's matter." At the same time, Duan Ling Tian glanced at the other Silver Flame elder who was standing in the distance. Then he looked around and said in a loud voice that was neither servile nor overbearing, "I, Duan Ling Tian, killed Gulong because Gulong tried to kill me first. According to the sect's rules, I'm not guilty even if I killed him under such circumstances. However, I've always been a merciful person. Even if Gulong wanted to kill me, I didn't intend to kill him in the beginning. It wasn't until he harmed the innocent and killed more than 10 senior brothers and sisters that I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart and killed him instead. You can consider this as revenge for my senior brothers and senior sisters." Duan Ling Tian's words were filled with righteousness. "Killed more than 10 of your senior brothers and senior sisters." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the Silver Flame elder who came to the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence with Li En turned grave immediately. In the next instant, he looked at Gulong's corpse that was lying on the ground. His eyes shone coldly as though he wanted to whip Gulong's corpse. "Elder Gua, don't listen to his nonsense," Li En said in a low voice. The Silver Flame elder who came to the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence with Li En was none other than Guoxiong, the Silver Flame elder who was in charge of enforcing the Black Turtle Sanctum's laws. Apart from being the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong was also a Silver Flame elder whose strength was only second to Li En in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, due to his identity as the enforcement elder, even Li En was wary of him. Moreover, if they were to fight, even if Li En could defeat him, he would have to pay a high price. "Elder Li En, do you think I'm senile?" "There are so many people here. I'll have my own opinion on whether he's talking nonsense or not," Guoxiong said nonchalantly as he glanced at Li En coldly. The reason Guoxiong was able to become the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder was because nobody had ever questioned his impartiality. He, Guoxiong, had always been a law enforcer. He would not wrongly accuse anyone who was innocent, and he would not let anyone who was guilty go. Soon after, Guoxiong learned about what had happened from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. His expression turned grave immediately. More than 10 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had died just like that. If news of this spread out, how would he be able to show his face as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder? In the end, as the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Guoxiong made the final judgment. Gulong took the initiative to kill his fellow disciples. Moreover, he killed 17 of his fellow disciples. He deserves to die. Duan Ling Tian acted in self-defense. He's not guilty, since Duan Ling Tian killed Gulong after Gulong killed 17 of his fellow disciples. Not only is he not guilty, but he's also meritorious. In our Black Turtle Sanctum and the entire Zoroastrianism, we're all about punishing those who commit crimes and rewarding those who perform meritorious deeds. As for how to reward Duan Lingtian, I'll report this to Lord Sanctum Leader, and Lord Sanctum Leader will decide for himself. Gulong's judgment was simple and direct. Gulong deserved to die. Duan Lingtian was meritorious and not at fault. Upon hearing Guoxiong's judgment, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene instinctively looked at Duan Lingtian with envy in their eyes. The reward from Lord Sanctum Leader was definitely not simple. Although Li En was dissatisfied with Guoxiong's judgment, he could not refute it. He could only stand in the distance and sulk. Elder Gua, I don't accept this. At this moment, Gu Chunli stood up and looked at Guoxiong. He said with an unwilling expression, "My brother didn't intentionally kill those 10 of his fellow disciples. My brother didn't intentionally kill those 10+ fellow disciples, but he accidentally killed them during the battle with Duan Lingtian. Even if he didn't die later on, it was impossible for him to kill his fellow disciples. As for Elder Gua's judgment that my brother deserved to die, I accept it. However, if you say that Duan Lingtian deserved to die, I don't accept it." Although Gu Chunli had long known that Duan Lingtian was in the right and would not be punished, Gu Chunli felt that Gu Chunli deserved to die. When Gu Chunli heard that Duan Lingtian deserved to die and would be rewarded by Lord Sanctum Leader, his eyes turned red immediately. He quickly voiced his dissatisfaction. He wanted Guoxiong to cancel the reward that he had promised to Duan Lingtian. "If you didn't speak up, I would have almost forgotten about you." Just as Gu Chun was looking at Guoxiong with hopeful eyes, Guoxiong's gaze also landed on him. Following that, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. "Elder Gua, what do you mean by that?" Gu Chunli's expression changed. I don't think I violated the sex rules, right? Are you sure you didn't violate the sex rules?" Guoxiong said with a mocking smile on his face. "In that case, I'd like to ask you, why did Gulong attack Duan Lingtian? Do you dare to swear on the lightning penalty oath that you didn't instigate him? If you do, I won't make things difficult for you today." Upon hearing this, Gu Chunli's expression changed again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In the next moment, he looked at Lian, who was standing nearby, and sent a voice transmission to him. "Master, save me!" However, Lian merely glanced at Gu Chunli indifferently when he heard the voice transmission before he left in a flash. As he left, Li En's voice resonated in the air. His voice was cold and emotionless. "Gu Chun has violated the sex rules. From today onward, he's no longer my disciple." A single sentence, a very short sentence, cut off the relationship between him and Gu Chun. To Li En, Gu Chun had lost his value since Gulong was no longer around. Naturally, he would not miss the opportunity to get rid of Gu Chun. "No, Master, you can't do this. You can't do this." Upon hearing this, Gu Chun's face turned pale immediately. He wanted to chase after Li En Hermf. Chapter 1930. Gu Chun instigated Gulong to kill Duan Lingtian and caused the death of 17 of his fellow disciples. Since he didn't kill Duan Lingtian himself, I'll spare him from death, but I'll punish him. Gu Chun will be expelled from the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. He'll never be allowed to join Zoroastrianism again. At the same time that Guoxiong stopped Gu Chun, he also made a judgment against Gu Chun. He would be expelled from Zoroastrianism. Gu Chun's expression changed drastically when he heard Guoxiong's decision. A hint of despair could be seen in his eyes. After a while, he seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes were cold and filled with hatred. In his opinion, if it was not for Duan Lingtian, he would not be where he was today. In this lifetime, even if his cultivation base did not improve at all, he would not let Duan Lingtian off so easily. Since he was no match for Duan Lingtian, he would make his move on the people around Duan Lingtian. After he left Zoroastrianism, he would do everything he could to find out more about Duan Lingtian. He did not believe Duan Lingtian's friends and family would be stronger than him. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw Gu Chun's gaze. Currently, Gu Chun was merely a cripple, so he did not care about him at all. However, he could not help but feel uneasy about letting someone who hated him live in this world. Why don't I follow him when he leaves the Black Turtle Sanctum and kill him to eliminate him once and for all? Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. However, as soon as this thought appeared in his mind, he quickly dismissed it. That's too risky. Who knows if he'll be the oriole behind the mantis, stalking the cicada when I follow Gu Chun? With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian completely dismissed the idea of following Gu Chun and killing him. When Duan Lingtian looked at Guoxiong again, his eyes brightened as though he had just recalled something. Elder Guoxiong. Duan Lingtian greeted Guoxiong immediately. Huh. Upon hearing this, Guoxiong regained his senses. He immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "What's the matter?" Elder Guoxiong, since Gu Chun is no longer a disciple of the Black Turtle Sanctum, and he's no longer a disciple of Zoroastrianism, can I be so bold as to ask Elder Guoxiong to kill him as a reward? What do you think? In that case, Elder Guoxiong, you don't have to make Lord Sanctum Leader worry about my reward anymore. Duan Lingtian spoke bluntly and stated the reward he wanted. For this reward, Duan Lingtian was reward. Whoosh! Gu Chun's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian Lingtian's S Lingtian Lingtian. S to Lingtian's T Lingtian was S Lingtian Lingtian. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples heard Duan Lingtian's words, they could not help but burst into an uproar. Duan Lingtian, in order to kill Gu Chun, he actually gave up the reward from Lord Altermaster? Is he crazy? With his strength, it's entirely possible for him to tail Gu Chun and kill him after he leaves the fire worship sect. Is it necessary for him to give up on Lord Sanctum Leader's reward and let Elder Guoxiong do it for him? Crazy! He's definitely crazy. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples thought Duan Lingtian was crazy to make such a decision. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who managed to figure out what was going on. Due to the enmity between Duan Lingtian and Elder Lien, I'm afraid he won't dare to follow Gu Chun after he leaves. If Elder Lien is the oriole behind, his death will be in vain. That is indeed a possibility. As long as Elder Lien kills Duan Lingtian, nobody will be able to find out that he's the one who killed Duan Lingtian. Apart from being meticulous, Duan Lingtian is also very daring to make such a decision. After all, not everyone can give up the reward from Lord Altermaster just like that. Put everything else aside. I admire Duan Lingtian for this alone. These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were more clear-headed. They had thought about many things. They could completely see through Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Are you sure you want to give up Lord Altermaster's reward for this reward? Guoxiong had also guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. He looked at Duan Lingtian intently before he asked. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded confidently. The reward from the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum? To be honest, he did not think the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum would be able to give him anything he needed. Divine ability? He did not lack it for the time being. Martial tactics? He had the Sovereign Heart Sword. 100 inscriptions, Saint Weapon? He already had it in his hands. Pills, Dao Talismans, and the like? He did not really want anything at this moment. After considering all these factors, he decided to give up the reward from the Sanctum Master of the Black Turtle Sanctum in exchange for Gu Chun's life. Elder Gua, you can't do this. Why you can't? You. Gu Chun's expression changed completely when he saw Guoxiong looking at him after Duan Lingtian nodded. An expression of fear and despair could be seen in his eyes. However, His voice soon came to an abrupt halt. This was because when Guoxiong raised his right hand and closed it around Gu Chun's body suddenly exploded with a bang. His blood rained down on the ground and became nutrients for the earth. How powerful! Is this the strength of a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse? When Duan Lingtian saw this, his eyes could not help but narrow as shock appeared on his face. The expressions of the other Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples turned grave as well. They looked at Guoxiong in awe. After dealing with the problem and disposing of Gulong's body, Guoxiong left the area where the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple stayed. He came and went without a trace. After Guoxiong left, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. At this moment, they finally had the time to focus on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian has mastered a high-grade movement divine ability that's obviously superior to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's movement divine ability. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root, but he's so lucky. Not only did he encounter a high-grade movement divine ability, but he even managed to comprehend and master it. I'm so envious. He must have had a fortuitous encounter. Not only that, but the assist-type divine ability he cast also raised his saint energy by 2 levels in such a short time. I'm guessing that assist-type divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability as well. An ordinary martial cultivator with a yellow innate spiritual root managed to comprehend and master 2 high-grade divine abilities at the same time? His luck is simply heaven-defying. Although his luck is heaven-defying, based on the fact that he managed to comprehend 2 high-grade divine abilities, apart from his martial Tao innate talent, he's not weak at all. At the very least, he has a unique advantage when it comes to comprehending divine abilities. Since he's so talented in comprehending divine abilities, I wonder if he'll be able to comprehend our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. That's impossible, right? The Black Turtle's Barrier is the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Even in the current era of Zoroastrianism, there are less than 10 people who have successfully comprehended it. It's hard to say. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. Their attention was focused on the 2 high-grade divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. As for the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not notice it at all since it was too fast and was concealed by the 10,000 swords territory. Otherwise, they would have been more surprised. Although they did not notice the high-grade offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast, some of them recalled the 3 short-lived sounds of sword whistling in the air before Gulong was killed by Duan Lingtian. I remember that at the moment before Gulong died, I heard 3 sword whistling sounds that rang out at almost the same time, and there were 3 bloody holes on Gulong's body. It should have been pierced by 3 swords. That must be the sword-type martial tactic Duan Lingtian cast. However, based on the fact that he managed to break through Gulong's defense, it's obvious that the sword-type martial tactic he cast is not simple. It's indeed not simple. It might even be a sword-type martial tactic from a heaven, rank, prominent saint grade martial tactic that has been cultivated to an extremely high stage. It's a pity that Duan Lingtian's territory blocked our line of sight, so we didn't get to see the most exciting scene. Unknowingly, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had shifted their attention to the method Duan Lingtian used to kill Gulong as they discussed among themselves. The more they discussed, the more excited they became. It was as though they did not feel tired at all. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this. He turned around and prepared to return to the Tertius house that he stayed in. However, when he turned around and saw the collapsed Tertius house, he recalled that Gulong had destroyed his Tertius house. After shaking his head again, Duan Lingtian moved in a flash and entered a Tertius house nearby that had its door wide open. Then he closed the door, not caring who originally lived there. If anyone had any objections, they could challenge him. As long as they defeated him, he would naturally give up his tertius house. The owner of this tertius house was a mastery exemplary Saint Stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When he saw Duan Lingtian entering his tertius house, he smiled wryly. However, he did not dare to say anything, let alone try to snatch his house back. It just so happens that Gu Chun's tertius house is empty now. His gaze quickly landed on Gu Chun's tertiary grade house. After entering the new tertius house, Duan Lingtian immediately took out the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After asking Hua Lao to guard him, he entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda with just a thought and began to cultivate. He could not wait to experience his innate spiritual root after it had transformed. According to Hua Lao, his innate spiritual root was currently a green innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark green innate spiritual root. I have already roughly experienced the transformation of my innate spiritual root. The speed at which I sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy is a few times faster than before. Based on this speed, I'll be able to break through to the intermediate divine saint stage in 3 months at most. Chapter 1931. A month ago, when Duan Lingtian realized the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier was difficult to comprehend. He did not continue to fight with it. Instead, he began to focus on raising his cultivation base. Only a month had passed in the outside world, but 300 days had passed in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. 300 days was almost a year's time. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian had used his dark yellow innate spiritual root to complete half of the journey from the early divine saint stage to the intermediate divine saint stage. Based on his previous progress, it would take him 1.5 years in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to complete the remaining journey. Naturally, 1.5 years in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was only about 50 days in the outside world. That was when Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was still a yellow innate spiritual root. Currently, Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had devoured Gulong's blue innate spiritual root with the help of the domineering divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and had undergone another transformation. It had directly transformed into a green innate spiritual root. Moreover, it was a dark green innate spiritual root. It was considered a top innate talent among those who possessed a green innate spiritual root. It really only took me 10 days. Inside the tertius house, Duan Lingtian, who had been immersed in his cultivation for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "I've been cultivating for a long time, and I've been cultivating for a long time." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's aura seemed to have changed slightly. He had made a breakthrough. Only 10 days had passed in the outside world, but 3 months had passed in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Duan Lingtian had also successfully made a breakthrough in these 3 months. His cultivation base had officially broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage. The difference is more than 5 times. If I didn't devour Gulong's blue innate spiritual root, it's impossible for me to make a breakthrough in just 10 days in the outside world. According to my previous estimation, with my original innate spiritual root, I'll need at least 50 days in the outside world to successfully complete the breakthrough. After another round of mumbling, a smile of excitement gradually appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. The transformation of his innate spiritual root had further increased his cultivation speed. With my current innate spiritual root and the assistance from the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, even a monstrous genius with a blue innate spiritual root wouldn't be able to compare to me in terms of cultivation speed. Even a monstrous genius with a dark blue innate spiritual root would be twice as fast as me in terms of cultivation speed. With this thought, Duan Lingtian became even more excited. However, although my cultivation speed is fast, it's still much slower than the peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. The moment Duan Lingtian thought about the peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head. After a jolt, he finally regained his senses. Now, I'm certain Kerr's twin sister is a peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to possess a strength above the exemplary saint stage when she's only in her early 30s. Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled Chi Mei who had taken Kerr away. She was a woman who looked exactly like Kerr. At that time, even Di Ju, who was at the peak of the divine saint stage, was like a mouse that had seen a cat when he stood before her. Based on this, one could see how powerful she was. She was definitely at the exemplary saint stage, or above. However, with my divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, I'll be able to catch up to her and even surpass her in terms of innate talent. Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed as confidence rose in his heart. As long as his innate spiritual root transformed into a blue innate spiritual root, coupled with the assistance of the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, his cultivation speed might be able to catch up to an ordinary, peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root. The peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root referred to a peerless genius with a light indigo innate spiritual root. After all, even a peerless genius with an indigo innate spiritual root would have different innate talents. Light indigo, normal indigo, and dark indigo had different innate talents. For example, Duan Lingtian possessed a dark green innate spiritual root. His innate talent could be considered as one of the best among all the martial geniuses with green innate spiritual roots. Now that I've broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage, the sun saint energy is comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary intermediate exemplary saint stage powerhouse. Currently, it's not impossible for me to defeat an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, even if I don't use the Jasper celestial sword. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he left the Tertius house. It's time for me to change my cultivation place. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Tertius house, he lifted his head and looked at the hundreds of floating islands in the sky. Each of the hundreds of floating islands had a small courtyard. There were even secundus houses in the small courtyards. Compared to the Tertius house, the cultivation environment in the secundus house was much better. There were 5 spirit gathering formations set up in the secundus house. The heaven and earth spirit energy inside was half as abundant as the primus house. 100 secundus houses. It said that most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples staying in the secundus houses are at the early quintessential saint stage. Some of them are at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Duan Lingtian had been in the Black Turtle Sanctum for quite some time now. He had a certain understanding of the primus houses, secundus houses, tertius houses, and tertius houses in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also knew a little about the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' cultivation base in each house. I shouldn't be so unlucky as to choose the secundus house where the intermediate quintessential saint stage disciples stay, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he rose into the air. It's Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian seems to be heading to the secundus house. What's he trying to do? Don't tell me he's going to challenge the senior brothers and senior sisters in the secundus house to obtain the right to stay there. In the Black Turtle Sanctum's residence, most people were cultivating in their rooms. However, there were also a few people who were discussing martial Tao and martial techniques outside. They instantly noticed Duan Lingtian, who had walked out of the Tertius house and was heading to the secundus house. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, they would not have paid any attention to him. However, it was difficult for them to not pay attention to Duan Lingtian, who was famous in the Black Turtle Sanctum. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, his name had already spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. This was because he was the first person who dared to provoke the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. Killing the son of Li An's best friend in front of him was not something that anyone could or would dare to do. However, Duan Lingtian had done it. He did not hesitate to offend Lian 10 days ago. Duan Lingtian had killed Gulong, who had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum. His name spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum again. Apart from being a martial genius who possessed a blue innate spiritual root, Gulong was also a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, merely possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He was extremely ordinary and was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. From the beginning, nobody thought highly of Duan Lingtian. However, under such circumstances, Duan Lingtian relied on two powerful divine abilities that were suspected to be high-grade divine abilities to turn the tables and kill Gulong. From then on, his name spread through the entire Black Turtle Sanctum. In the past, Duan Lingtian's name had spread through the Black Turtle Sanctum because he had overestimated himself and offended Lian. However, currently, Duan Lingtian's name had spread through the Black Turtle Sanctum because of his strength. The two of them could not be mentioned in the same breath. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had noticed Duan Lingtian. However, most of them were looking at Duan Lingtian with a hint of respect in their eyes. Duan Lingtian's strength had caused them to be in awe of him. It seems like Duan Lingtian really wants to challenge the senior brothers and senior sisters living in the Secundus house to obtain the right to stay there. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian looking at the Secundus house, they could guess what Duan Lingtian was going to do. I admire senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength. However, with senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength, I'm afraid it's still not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house, right? Soon after, a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple voiced his doubts. Indeed, 10 days ago, although senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is strong, it's only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. There's still quite a distance between him and the quintessential saint stage. The weakest among the senior brothers and senior sisters living in the Secundus house is at the early quintessential saint stage. With senior brother Duan Lingtian's current strength, I'm afraid it's not enough for him to fight with them. If you can think of this, don't tell me senior brother Duan Lingtian didn't think of this as well. In my opinion, senior brother Duan Lingtian must be confident. That's why he went to the Secundus house to challenge them. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Some of them felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house. Some of them felt since Duan Lingtian dared to compete for the right to stay in the Secundus house, he must be confident in his strength. However, compared to the former, the latter was not as popular. Most of them felt Duan Lingtian's strength was not enough for him to obtain the right to stay in the Secundus house. Their understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength was still the same as it was 10 days ago. They did not think Duan Lingtian's strength would change much in just 10 days. Creak! All of a sudden, the sound of a door opening resonated in the air, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. This was because the sound of a door opening came from one of the Secundus houses. The Black Turtle Sanctum's residences had their own rules as well. Usually, when one competed for the right to stay in the Secundus house, one was not allowed to challenge a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was in closed-door cultivation. This was because it would disturb others. It was considered rude. Only when the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out of his room could he issue a challenge. Chapter 1932. When the door was opened, a tall middle-aged man walked out of the Secundus house. He had a dark expression on his face. With just a glance, one could tell he was not a good-tempered person. It's Senior Brother Zhang Ji. Senior Brother Zhang Ji is one of the best devil cultivators at the early quintessential saint stage. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian won't challenge him to snatch his Secundus house, right? I don't think so. When the middle-aged man walked out, before Duan Lingtian could even challenge him, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to whisper among themselves. Early quintessential saint stage? Upon hearing these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. As it turned out, he was worried he would be unlucky and encounter an intermediate quintessential saint stage Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was staying in the Secundus house. However, it seemed like his worries were unnecessary. After waiting for a while, the first Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who walked out of the Secundus house was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator. At this moment, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples realized Duan Lingtian might be trying to snatch the right to stay in the Secundus house. For this reason, they began to soar into the air and surround him. When their whispers entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it also entered Zhang Ji's ears. You want to snatch my Secundus house? Upon hearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' whispers, Zhang Ji's expression turned grave as his eyes flashed coldly. Then his eyes instantly shifted to Duan Lingtian, who was looking at him. He asked coldly, "You're Duan Lingtian? You want to snatch my Secundus house?" This was because Zhang Ji had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few months and had only come out today. Due to this reason, he did not know there was a new person called Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He also did not know Duan Lingtian was a celebrity in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Haha! Before Duan Lingtian could open his mouth, a hearty laugh sounded in the air. Zhang Ji, don't tell me you haven't even heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? A person slowly walked out of a second-class house not far away. It was a young man, and the hearty laughter came from him. The moment he came out, he looked at Zhang Ji as if he was looking at a monster. It's Senior Brother Jiang Chu. I heard that Senior Martial Brother Jiang Chu doesn't get along well with Senior Martial Brother Zhang Ji. It seems to be true. Senior Martial Brother Jiang Chu, don't tell me you're here to add insult to injury? I heard Senior Brother Jiang Chu is even stronger than Senior Brother Zhang Ji. He's already halfway into the intermediate, quintessential saint stage. When the young man came out, a group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples began to surround him and whisper to each other. As they spoke, they revealed his name and his cultivation base. Jiang Chu was a handsome young man with a jade-like face. His long hair was tied up with a hairband. He had a pair of long and narrow almond-shaped eyes. Apart from his handsome appearance, there was a hint of devilish charm in his eyes. At this moment, he was looking at Zhang Ji with a mocking expression. Zhang Ji was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He was tall, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's mocking words, Zhang Ji could not help but glare at him with hostility. Humph, Jiang Chu. So what if I haven't heard of this Duan Lingtian junior brother? No matter who it is, they'll have to pay the price in blood if they want to snatch my residence. The moment Zhang Ji's words left his mouth, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. His eyes flashed coldly. Brat, if you know what's good for you, you better not have any ideas about my residence. Otherwise, I'll beat you up so badly that even your parents won't be able to recognize you. The moment Zhang Ji spoke, he did not hold back at all. He directly threatened Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Jiang Chu no longer spoke. Instead, he studied Duan Lingtian curiously. When Duan Lingtian had just entered the Black Turtle Sanctum, he had heard about Duan Lingtian. 10 days ago, he had even witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Gulong. He was also amazed by the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed. However, at that time, he discovered that although Duan Lingtian was strong, he was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage at most. He was not at the quintessential saint stage yet. 10 days later, a scene that surprised him appeared. Duan Lingtian actually wanted to snatch the Secundus house. It seems like junior brother Duan Lingtian has also improved in these 10 days. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to snatch the Secundus house. I wonder how strong he is now. I'm really looking forward to it. Jiang Chu thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Although he did not have much interaction with Duan Lingtian, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He knew junior brother Duan Lingtian was not a reckless person. Since he dared to snatch the Secundus house, he must be confident. Beat me up to the point that even my parents won't recognize me? Upon hearing Zhang Ji's words, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Then he could not help but sneer. Are you that confident in your strength? Your smile makes me very unhappy. However, I've changed my mind. Zhang Ji's expression darkened when he saw the mocking smile on Duan Lingtian's face. He said coldly, Today, unless you crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times, I won't let you go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me and snatch my house, I, Zhang Ji, won't let you go. I won't kill or cripple you. However, I'll let you experience the pain of living and make you wish you were dead. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. Zhang Ji was not a good-tempered person to begin with. Earlier, Jiang Chu's teasing had ignited a fire in his heart. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him with a mocking smile on his face, the flames of anger in his heart were instantly ignited. Moreover, there were so many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples watching. Naturally, he did not want to embarrass himself. Zhang Ji, you've crossed the line. Jiang Chu frowned. He could not stand it anymore. Jiang Chu, mind your own business. I don't want to fight with you today. Upon hearing Jiang Chu's words, Zhang Ji's expression darkened even more. After he looked at Jiang Chu coldly, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian again. You! Jiang Chu's expression changed immediately. His robe fluttered as he tried to make a move. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air and stopped him. Senior brother Jiang Chu, thank you for your kindness. I know there's a conflict between you and Zhang Jisoo, but why don't you let me handle this? As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Jiang Chu. When Jiang Chu saw Duan Lingtian's calm gaze, he calmed down immediately. In the end, he nodded. All right, I'll give you face, junior brother Duan Lingtian. After Jiang Chu finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ji coldly. You're Zhang Ji, right? When Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze from Jiang Chu to Zhang Ji, his calm expression was no longer calm. It was replaced with coldness. Even if I want to challenge you and take your residence, I'm still following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules. I'm following the rules of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. I'm following the rules by challenging you. However, you want to humiliate me? If you can't achieve your goal, you want to make me wish I was dead? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his voice was so cold that the temperature in the surroundings seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. Earlier, when Zhang Ji saw Duan Lingtian and his old rival, Jiang Chu, exchanging glances, he was furious again. When he heard Duan Lingtian's question, he immediately vented the anger in his heart. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. What can you do if I, Zhang Ji, want to humiliate you? Since you have the guts to challenge me, you should be prepared to be humiliated. How many people in the Black Turtle Sanctum don't know my temper? I'll give you one last chance. Crawl under my crotch and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I'll let this matter go. Otherwise, even if you don't challenge me again, I won't let you go today. I'll slowly torture you and make you wish you were dead. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been killed by Zhang Ji many times over. I don't care if you're following the Black Turtle Sanctum's rules or not. Zhang Ji, Let's see if you have the ability to make me wish I was dead or not. Duan Lingtian was enraged by Zhang Ji's provocation. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Zhang Ji as though he was looking at a dead man. Based on your words, it seems like you plan to continue challenging me? When Zhang Ji heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that he laughed. Good. Very good. Your courage is commendable. Since you've given up on the chance to make peace with me, don't blame me for not showing you mercy. As soon as Zhang Ji finished speaking, his robe fluttered. The saint energy that belonged to an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator surged out of his body as a terrifying aura spread out. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he mobilized the sun saint energy in his body through his 99 saint veins. It's only been a while, but senior brother Duan Lingtian and senior brother Zhang Ji have such a huge conflict. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene finally regained their senses at this moment. All of them were dumbfounded. They had witnessed the entire process of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji's enmity with their own eyes. Everything happened in less than 10 breaths of time. Senior brother Zhang Ji's temper is still the same as before. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian is going to suffer a little. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Humph. I'm looking forward to senior brother Duan Lingtian's counterattack and defeat senior brother Zhang Ji. I really want to see what kind of expression the short-tempered senior brother Zhang Ji will have at that time. Some Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples chimed in. Their words were filled with anticipation. I think all of you must be dreaming. Although Duan Lingtian's strength is not bad, it's not to the point where he can be compared to senior brother Zhang Ji. He's destined to be defeated by senior brother Zhang Ji today. That's right. Right now, Duan Lingtian has already lost his mind due to anger. If he can calm down, he definitely won't try to challenge senior brother Zhang Ji again. Most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Zhang Ji. Chapter 1933. In the opinion of most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, it was not a big deal. Although Duan Lingtian was strong and had killed Gulong, a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage from the Black Turtle Sanctum, it did not mean he was stronger than Zhang Ji. Perhaps, in terms of innate talent, Gulong possessed a blue innate spiritual root and was stronger than Zhang Ji. However, in terms of strength, Zhang Ji, however, was far from what Gulong could compare to. No matter what, Gulong was only a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Zhang Ji was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum, coupled with the fact that he was a devil cultivator who focused on tempering his body. His strength surpassed more than 80% of the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. The best among the early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? A devil cultivator who focuses on body refinement? As more and more Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples gathered around, Duan Lingtian heard all kinds of whispers. He had a better understanding of Zhang Ji. He did not miss any useful information. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. However, even if he knew about Zhang Ji's background, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. His face was calm and unperturbed. Even if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior 10 days ago, he would still be able to fight an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse to a draw even if he unleashed all of his techniques. Naturally, he would still lose in the end, because the elementary devouring technique consumed too much of his mental energy. He couldn't maintain it for long. Today, his cultivation base had made another breakthrough. It would not be difficult for him to defeat an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Even if Zhang Ji was an early quintessential saint stage devil cultivator, one of the strongest early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was 80% confident he could defeat him. The reason why he wasn't 100% sure was because he still didn't know if Zhang Ji had mastered any high-level divine ability. If Zhang Ji grasped a high-grade divine ability, it would be difficult to defeat him. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene did not know about this. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian did not use his full strength in his battle with Gulong. He still had the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The reason why he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was because he felt that it was unnecessary. Even if he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he could still defeat and even kill Gulong. And the end result proved that this was indeed the case. I wonder if I'll be able to defeat Zhang Ji without transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian stared at Zhang Ji calmly as he muttered in his heart. In the upcoming battle with Zhang Ji, he did not plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior right from the beginning. In fact, if it was not necessary, he did not even plan to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was one of his trump cards. He did not intend to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. A hidden trump card would often have a miraculous effect at a critical moment. He offended Elder Lien as soon as he entered the Black Turtle Sanctum after arriving at the Zoroastrianism. 10 days ago, with his cultivation base at the early exemplary saint stage, he managed to kill a disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed a blue innate spiritual root with 2 powerful divine abilities that are suspected to be high-grade divine abilities. While Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of Zhang Ji had also learned about Duan Lingtian's deeds from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He was shocked as a hint of surprise flashed in the depth of his eyes. It did not cross his mind that the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who wanted to challenge him to snatch his Secundus house was only an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator. At the very least, he was an early exemplary saint stage martial cultivator 10 days ago. However, since he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he did not dare to underestimate Duan Lingtian. At the very least, Duan Lingtian's strength could be considered as one of the best among those at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. This was especially true when Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability. His speed was comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Zhang Ji had learned all of this from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were spectating. I can't believe that the Black Turtle Sanctum would have such a great person like you, Duan Lingtian, when I was in closed-door cultivation. I'm sure you must have made a breakthrough in your cultivation base in the past 10 days and entered the intermediate exemplary saint stage, right? Zhang Ji stared at Duan Lingtian as he spoke in a cold voice. He was trying to probe him when he reached the end of his sentence. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of snatching the Secundus house, it was obvious he knew his place. However, today he wanted to snatch the Secundus house as soon as he came out. It was obvious he was confident in his strength. Why? Are you scared? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he smirked when he heard Zhang Ji's probing question. Scared? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Zhang Ji smirked when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian, aren't you overthinking things? I admit that you're quite strong. Once you've broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, you'll be able to fight with an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, do you think I, Zhang Ji, can be compared to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse? Today, I, Zhang Ji, will let you know what it means by there's always someone better than you. When Zhang Ji reached the end of his smirk, he suddenly shouted and charged toward Duan Lingtian. He was as agile and swift as a swimming dragon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Zhang Ji charged toward Duan Lingtian, the devil chi in a 100-meter radius around him skyrocketed and transformed into hundreds of devil shadows that were formed by pure devil chi. In just a blink of an eye, half of the sky was shrouded by devil chi. It was as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It felt as though black clouds were pressing down on the city. It's the 100 Devils' territory. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples could not help but exclaim, I can't believe Senior Brother Zhang Ji has already consolidated the 100 Devils' territory. It seems like after learning about Duan Lingtian's deeds, he no longer dares to underestimate Duan Lingtian. He's not holding back at all. Humph! Since Senior Brother Duan Lingtian dares to snatch the Secundus house today, he must have made a breakthrough, just like Senior Brother Zhang Ji has guessed. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian, who has broken through to the intermediate exemplary saint stage, can fight an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse with his various techniques. Would Senior Brother Zhang Ji dare to be careless when facing an opponent who's comparable to an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse? That's right. Although Senior Brother Zhang Ji can be considered as one of the best among early quintessential saint stage powerhouses, he's still an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He's not at the intermediate quintessential saint stage, or even higher. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves as they stared intently at Zhang Ji, who had consolidated the 100 Devils' territory. At this moment, Zhang Ji was charging toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed. Devil convergence. Without warning, a loud cry resonated in everyone's ears. It was none other than Zhang Ji. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of demonic shadows in his 100 demons domain rushed toward him at an extremely fast speed. In the end, his entire body was submerged within. The hundreds of devils seemed to have transformed into a devil cloud that shrouded Zhang Ji. At the same time, they charged toward Duan Lingtian at an even faster speed. This speed was much faster than an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden Crow's wings. Faced with the ferocious devil cloud, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He instantly cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, and devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Then he activated the Sun Saint energy that had been strengthened. In the next moment, the Golden Crow's wings flew out from Duan Lingtian's back and flapped violently. Boom! 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 When the pair of huge wings that were burning with raging flames flapped, the air in the surroundings was compressed to the extreme, causing thunderous explosions to reverberate in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian increased the distance between him and the devil cloud at a speed that was slightly faster than the devil cloud. During this process, Duan Lingtian discovered the devil cloud was shrinking rapidly. In the end, it actually transformed into a black armor that was suffused with a dense and cold demonic aura. It covered Zhang Ji's body, causing the originally tall and large Zhang Ji to appear as though he had transformed into a demonic god with an oppressive, baleful aura. His territory can be used like this? Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little surprised. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian even more was yet to come. Demonic shadow. With a soft cry, Zhang Ji, who was wearing the black armor, activated his saint energy and cast an intermediate-level movement divine ability. After leaving behind a demonic shadow, his speed increased again. At this moment, in terms of speed, he was actually on par with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I've caught up with the speed that you rely on the most. What other tricks do you have? Just use them now. As he shouted, the devil chi on Zhang Ji's body increased again. He activated the devil chi in his body without any reservation, and his speed increased again. Although the increase was not much, it allowed him to be slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. He was slowly closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. If this continued, it would not take long for him to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian is about to be caught up. 10 days ago, Duan Lingtian fought with Gulong. He relied on his speed after casting his movement divine ability. If it wasn't for the fact that his speed is much faster than Gulong, he wouldn't be a match for Gulong at all. That's right. Senior brother Duan Lingtian's biggest advantage is his speed. Now that he's caught up to him, doesn't this mean he's going to be a piece of meat on senior brother Zhang Ji's chopping board? I can't believe this battle is going to end as soon as it has just begun. Upon seeing this, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples shook their heads. They felt the result of this battle would be out soon. Junior brother Duan Lingtian? Even Jiang Chu could not help but frown at this moment. Chapter 1934. Duan Lingtian's biggest advantage was his speed. All the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew this very well. At this moment, Zhang Ji's speed was slightly faster than Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was getting smaller and smaller. Everyone felt the battle was going to end soon. I can't believe senior brother Zhang Ji's speed is so fast. Although Duan Lingtian's speed is much faster than 10 days ago, it's still not as fast as senior brother Zhang Ji. Actually, Duan Lingtian's speed is not slow at all. It's comparable to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. However, he's not facing an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. He's facing an elite early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, senior brother Zhang Ji. It seems like senior brother Zhang Ji is only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be so fast. As the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves, they were in low spirits. Initially, they thought there would be a fierce battle. It did not cross their minds that it would end so quickly. To think that I even interrupted my closed-door cultivation. How disappointing. Many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples complained. Some of them regretted interrupting their closed-door cultivation to watch the show. The battle before their eyes was not as exciting as they had imagined. However, soon after, a voice resonated in the ears of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. It was precisely this voice that caused their spirits to involuntarily rise. Do you really think this is my fastest speed? The voice was indifferent. It came from Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the pair of huge wings that were burning with blazing flames on his back began to flap without holding back. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's speed was 20% faster than before. Although he was only 20% faster, he easily left Zhang Ji behind. It was as if he was riding on a cloud of dust, causing Zhang Ji to only be able to eat his dust from afar. When Zhang Ji saw Duan Lingtian's figure gradually disappearing, horror dawned on his face immediately. It did not cross his mind that Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast, but he was still holding back. Moreover, he had held back 20% of his speed. For a moment, a sense of defeat rose in his heart. Although Duan Lingtian's current speed had yet to reach the speed of an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he was not far from it. At the very least, he was 20% faster than Duan Lingtian's full speed. What did it mean to be 20% faster? This could be seen from the fact that Duan Lingtian had left Zhang Ji in the dust in an instant. So fast! This speed! I'm afraid it's not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse, right? This is too exaggerated. It's completely different from 10 days ago. Duan Lingtian's sudden burst of speed not only shocked Zhang Ji, but it also shocked the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were watching the fight. So fast! Jiang Chu's expression turned solemn as well. Although he had already taken half a step into the intermediate quintessential saint stage, his speed was not much slower than an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, compared to Duan Lingtian's current speed, he was 20% slower. His current speed was only comparable to Zhang Ji's current speed. I can't believe Zhang Ji's strength has increased so much after he came out of closed-door cultivation. He's already comparable to me in terms of speed. Zhang Ji was Jiang Chu's old rival. Naturally, Jiang Chu felt pressured when he saw his old rival's strength had increased so much. It's only been 10 days, but why does it feel like Duan Lingtian has become a completely different person? Although his speed was fast 10 days ago, it was only close to an ordinary early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. However, his current speed is the fastest among those below the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Unbelievable. Did he really only make a breakthrough in his cultivation base in these 10 days? This is unbelievable. Duan Lingtian's speed had shocked most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were shocked were the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who had witnessed the death duel between Duan Lingtian and Gulong 10 days ago. Due to the fact that the battle 10 days ago was not that long ago, they still remembered it clearly. At that time, Duan Lingtian's speed was not as fast as he was now. His speed had increased so much in just 10 days. While they were shocked, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. This was because the increase in his speed was just too ridiculous. Humph. So what if you're faster than me? Your strength is only temporarily increased by the assist-type divine ability. How long can you last? Zhang Ji slowed down slightly when he saw he could not catch up to Duan Lingtian. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "If you run away now, you won't be able to escape. Otherwise, once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off, I'll torture you however I want. If you're afraid, you can admit defeat and run away now. Otherwise, once you fall into my hands, even if I don't dare to kill or cripple you due to the sex rules, I'll still torture you until you're better off dead." When Zhang Ji reached the end of his sentence, his tone was extremely cold as though it came from an ice cave. It caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Zhang Ji. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was fleeing in the distance, turned around in time. He looked at Zhang Ji calmly and said in a clear voice, "Although I know you're trying to provoke me, I still want to tell you that whether it's before or now, I have no intention of running away. At the very least, you, Zhang Ji, don't have the ability to make me, Duan Lingtian, run away." His words were irrefutable, and every mouthful of saliva was like a nail. Well said. If you don't want to run away, why are you running away? Do you dare to fight me, Zhang Ji, fair and square? Zhang Ji had a mocking smile on his face. When he reached the end of his sentence, he continued to provoke Zhang Ji. "If you don't dare to fight me, you're just a piece of trash, a coward. A person like you shouldn't stay in the Black Turtle Sanctum and Zoroastrianism. You'll only embarrass yourself." Although Duan Lingtian knew Zhang Ji was trying to provoke him, he could not help but feel furious at this moment. "Zhang Ji, since you want to fight me fair and square, I'll fulfill your wish." As Duan Lingtian shouted coldly, he activated his golden crow's wings. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to Zhang Ji and instantly cast his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky. When he appeared again, he had already descended from the sky in a menacing manner. However, when one Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky, 3 Duan Lingtian returned. It was impossible to distinguish the real one from the fake Duan Lingtian. 300 inscriptions, saint swords, charged toward Zhang Ji with killing intent. It was as though they were going to kill Zhang Ji in just 3 strikes. Is this a divine ability? What a powerful divine ability. This divine ability. I'm afraid it's a high-grade divine ability. At this moment, many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples with a high cultivation base could see how extraordinary the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast was. Although Duan Lingtian had yet to master the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, perfectly when combined with the second stage of the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method. The sovereign heart sword, the power it unleashed was extraordinary. People could not help but suspect it was a high-grade divine ability. 10 days ago, when Gulong died, there was a bloody hole in each of the 3 vital points on his body. It seems like he died because of this sword divine ability that Duan Lingtian cast. At that time, Duan Lingtian had consolidated his territory, so I didn't see what he did. Now, I finally know what he did in his territory that day. As expected, it's an instant kill with 3 strikes. However, it's not as simple as a martial tactic. This sword divine ability must be a high-grade divine ability. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples present on the scene shifted their attention to the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast. This divine ability had completely attracted their attention. 3 strikes descended from the sky like sword celestials descending from the sky. Otherworldly, celestial. 3 high-grade divine abilities. Jiang Chu, who was watching from afar, was also dumbstruck at this moment. It was as though he had been petrified. The scene before his eyes dealt a huge blow to him. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He's just an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he can cast such a powerful attack. It seems like his assist-type divine ability is indeed a high-grade assist-type divine ability. Moreover, the sword divine ability he cast now must be a high-grade divine ability as well. Needless to say that movement divine ability of his is definitely a high-grade divine ability. Zhang Ji's expression turned grave when he saw the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, that Duan Lingtian had cast. Although his expression was grave, his heart was filled with shock. He managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. What does Duan Lingtian do to deserve this? Although Zhang Ji was shocked, a fire of jealousy that seemed capable of burning everything rose in his heart. He, Zhang Ji, was an early quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Until now, he had only managed to comprehend and master 2 medium-grade divine abilities and 1 high-grade divine ability. However, this fellow was only an exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, but he managed to comprehend and master 3 high-grade divine abilities. In comparison, there was only jealousy left in his heart. Flames of jealousy burned in Zhang Ji's eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. The coldness in his eyes intensified. If looks could kill, Zhang Ji would have cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. Humph, the sword divine ability is not bad, but it's a pity the person using it is too weak. Zhang Ji snorted coldly in the face of the 300 inscriptions, saint swords that were descending from the sky. With a raise of his hands, a pair of gloves appeared on each of his fists. It was his 100 inscriptions, saint weapon. The gloves were completely black and did not have any luster. It was unknown what material it was made of. However, since it was a 100 inscription saint weapon, it was naturally not an ordinary pair of gloves. Shattering mountains and rivers fist. Faced with Duan Lingtian, who was like 3 sword celestials, and the 3 swords that were like celestial swords, Zhang Ji shouted loudly as he clenched his fists and charged forward fearlessly. Chapter 1935. Bam! Bam! Zhang Ji punched out with both of his fists. Not only did he have the power of a 100 inscription saint weapon, but he also had a set of fist techniques and one of the 3 divine abilities he had mastered. It was the offensive divine ability, Mountain and River Fist. This divine ability was the only high-grade divine ability among the 3 divine abilities he had mastered. Boom! 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 Zhang Ji punched out with both of his fists. It was as though he could shatter the heavens. Wherever his fists passed, it was as though two dragons were sweeping out toward the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword in the hands of the 3 Duan Ling Tians, who were charging at him like sword celestials. When the two of them collided, another loud explosion reverberated in the air. Heaven and earth seemed to have changed color. What a powerful force! Is this a high-grade divine ability? Duan Lingtian, who had cast the otherworldly celestial, felt the blood in his body churning when he collided with Zhang Ji's fists. At the same time, he discovered Zhang Ji's force had overpowered his and was charging toward him. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect Zhang Ji to have mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability. Moreover, he chose to fight the high-grade divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, head-on. It was as though he was not worried about being injured by the sword qi. His defense is so strong. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian made another discovery. The armor formed by Zhang Ji's domain seemed to perfectly fuse with the defensive moves and defensive divine abilities he used. The sword qi released by Transcendent Flying Immortal could not hurt him at all. No wonder he dares to fight me head-on. As soon as this thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind, he noticed Zhang Ji's energy had already arrived in front of him and was about to hit him. Trash! At the same time, Zhang Ji's disdainful voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian instantly felt the vital energy and blood in his body surging up. He was so angry that he forgot he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and use his powerful body to withstand the impact of the energy. At this moment, he felt his head heat up. At the same time that he was extremely angry, his mental energy started to become strangely restless. Devouring tactic. Soul attack. Duan Lingtian did not know why he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior when he was on the verge of losing his mind. Instead, he cast the divine ability, the devouring tactic, and the strange pupil's soul attack. The devouring tactic was known to devour all energy. Naturally, this included his opponent's energy. Duan Lingtian knew about this in the past, but he had never tried it before. This was because the information about the devouring technique mentioned that if one used the devouring technique to devour the power of an owner, they would suffer an extremely terrifying backlash. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not dare to recklessly attempt it. At this moment, he subconsciously cast the devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian felt a great sense of pressure from the energy that was charging at him. However, when Duan Lingtian subconsciously cast the devouring tactic, a whirlpool appeared with his body as the center and devoured the force. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian experienced what a backlash was. The force that was devoured did not belong to him at all. It rampaged through his body and shook his internal organs. In the end, Duan Lingtian felt so much pain that he wanted to die. You're seeking death. Although Zhang Ji was surprised that Duan Lingtian could cast the assist-type divine ability to devour his force, he sneered when he realized he could still control the force. He controlled the force to run amok in Duan Lingtian's body. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's left eye, the strange pupil, flashed. A solidified, dragon-shaped soul attack shot out and entered Zhang Ji's body before he could react. After the soul attack entered Zhang Ji's body, it went straight for his soul. Boom! Although the soul attack was weak compared to Zhang Ji's early quintessential saint stage soul, it still caused Zhang Ji's soul to tremble when it collided with it. Soul attack. At the same time, Zhang Ji's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would still be able to cast a soul attack on him under such circumstances. Although the soul attack was not powerful, it still caused his soul to tremble. As a result, Zhang Ji was momentarily absent-minded. While Zhang Ji was in a daze, the connection between him and the force was temporarily severed. Devour! Duan Lingtian exerted his strength and completely devoured Zhang Ji's force, turning it into a part of his body. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized he could no longer control the force in his body. This was because he had already devoured a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to elevate his sun saint energy to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Now that he had devoured Zhang Ji's force, he was instantly overloaded. After being overloaded, Duan Lingtian felt as though his body was about to explode. His 99 saint veins seemed as though they would explode at any moment. Go. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was tormented by this overload of energy, could no longer endure it. With a raise of his hand, he instinctively pushed his palm forward. The overloaded power also flowed out of his palm and surged toward Zhang Ji, who was not far in front of him. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's palm came too quickly and without any warning. Horror dawned on Zhang Ji's face as he hastily mobilized the devil qi in his body to defend himself. At this moment, the armor on Zhang Ji's body turned even darker. Boom! In the next moment, the force that almost caused Duan Lingtian's body to explode surged out of his palm and slammed onto Zhang Ji's body, drowning him. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Zhang Ji was sent flying like an arrow that was shot out from a bow. He was in a wretched state. Even the black armor on his body had disappeared without a trace. It was as though it had been shattered by the force that surged out of Duan Lingtian's palm. After being blasted away, Zhang Ji's body fell to the ground with a loud thud, no longer moving. He's dead. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. The battle between him and Zhang Ji was not a death duel. If one of them died, he would not be able to escape the punishment of Zoroastrianism. As for the other people present on the scene, they were all dumbstruck. The only sound that could be heard was Duan Lingtian's rapid breathing. Wah! However, when he saw Zhang Ji's body tremble and his head shake as he regained consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that he was not dead. I must have been possessed just now. Thinking about what he had done under the pressure of Zhang Ji's power, Duan Lingtian's mouth could not help but twitch violently. If the heavens gave him another chance, he would not have impulsively used the devouring technique to devour Zhang Ji's power. At the very least, he would not have devoured it before the power was out of Zhang Ji's control. If not for the strange pupil's timely soul attack that interfered with Zhang Ji, I would have been killed by the power that I devoured. Thinking about what had just happened, Duan Lingtian felt a lingering fear in his heart. Even if I interfered with Zhang Ji and successfully devoured that power, I was already overloaded. I would have exploded. If I had exploded, I would not even have a corpse left. No matter what, Duan Lingtian did not want to experience what had just happened again. Even if the power that he had devoured was extremely terrifying and was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, he did not want to experience it again. All the energy in my body has been completely drained. At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a sense of emptiness in his body. All the energy in his body had been drained away. This feeling of emptiness was similar to when he had used the Jasper celestial sword to drain all his energy. The might of that attack earlier, even if it's compared to the might of the Jasper celestial sword that I can unleash with all my strength, I'm afraid it's not far off, right? However, compared to the feeling of emptiness in my body when all my energy has been drained away, the former really makes me want to die. In any case, I don't want to experience it again. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief after he glanced at Zhang Ji, who was lying on the ground to make sure he was not dead or crippled and had only temporarily lost his ability to move. Zhang Ji, from now on, your Secundus house belongs to me, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhang Ji indifferently before he said coldly with the last of his strength. In the next instant, he used the last of his strength to hastily fly into Zhang Ji's Secundus house and close the door with a loud bang. After entering the house, Duan Lingtian collapsed on the ground. He could not stand up again. He could not even get up for a long time. Outside, Zhang Ji, who had regained consciousness, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard Duan Lingtian's words that he fainted immediately. Zhang Ji was really unlucky. The power that had injured him to such an extent had mostly come from himself. Most of the energy belonged to him, but a portion of it belonged to Duan Lingtian as well. When the two energies were stacked together, it stirred restlessly in Duan Lingtian's body. When it was about to explode, the energy contained in it was not as simple as 1 + 1. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to release the restless energy toward Zhang Ji, who was standing in front of him. The energy that was equivalent to the full force of an ordinary, intermediate, quintessential saint stage martial cultivator easily broke through Zhang Ji's layers of defense. Not only that, but it also heavily injured Zhang Ji and sent him flying. This was because Zhang Ji had extraordinary strength and was a devil cultivator who specialized in tempering his body. If it was another ordinary, early quintessential saint stage powerhouse, he would have died from that attack. After Duan Lingtian hastily entered the Secundus house and Zhang Ji fainted, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples finally regained their senses. Gasp! 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 Chapter 1936. He lost! Senior brother Zhang Ji lost. How's this possible? If I'm not mistaken, the attack that senior brother Zhang Ji cast earlier seemed to contain the high-grade Fist Divine Ability, the Mountain and River Fist. I can't believe senior brother Zhang Ji managed to comprehend it and master it. With senior brother Zhang Ji's current strength, the Mountain and River Fist that he cast is not as powerful as an ordinary powerhouse at the intermediate, quintessential saint stage. However, it seems like he didn't manage to injure senior brother Duan Lingtian at all. Not only did he not injure senior brother Duan Lingtian, but he was even heavily injured and defeated by Duan Lingtian. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, present on the scene, gasped before an uproar broke out. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian's divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, collided head-on with Zhang Ji's divine ability, the Mountain and River's punch, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was shocked. Prior to this, they did not know both of them had mastered high-grade, offensive divine abilities. If they thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning when they saw Duan Lingtian had cast his high-grade, offensive divine ability, none of them thought Duan Lingtian had a chance of winning when Zhang Ji cast his high-grade, offensive divine ability as well. This was because Zhang Ji's strength was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. Coupled with the explosive power of his high-grade, offensive divine ability, he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Even if Duan Lingtian had also cast a high-grade, offensive divine ability, he would still be able to withstand it. What happened next was just as they had expected. Zhang Ji's energy easily destroyed Duan Lingtian's energy before it continued to blast toward Duan Lingtian without slowing down at all. Just when they thought Duan Lingtian would be heavily injured and sent flying, they saw a shocking scene. A scene that made them feel incomparably horrified appeared. With Duan Lingtian as the center, a terrifying vortex suddenly appeared. It was the support-type divine ability that he had used before. After the vortex appeared, it actually swallowed up all of Zhang Ji's attacking power. Following that, Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm. He combined the power that he had swallowed from Zhang Ji with his own power, turning it into a terrifying power that he unleashed at Zhang Ji. Even though Zhang Ji defended with all his might, he still ended up heavily injured. Although he wasn't dead or crippled, Zhang Ji wouldn't be able to stand up without half a day of recovery. What exactly is that support-type divine ability that senior martial brother Duan Lingtian mastered? Not only can it absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to strengthen itself for a short period of time, it can even absorb the opponent's energy. It's too terrifying. Based on the current situation, even the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum is far from comparable to the support-type divine ability that Senior Martial Brother Duan Lingtian has mastered. In my opinion, let alone the support-type divine ability from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, even the number one support-type divine ability from Zoroastrianism might not be comparable to the support-type divine ability that Senior Martial Brother Duan Lingtian has mastered. Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples recalled the crucial moment when Duan Lingtian had turned the tables. It was the support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast that turned the tables at the last moment. Otherwise, he would have lost. The high-grade support-type divine ability, the devouring tactic that Duan Lingtian had mastered, instantly became the topic of discussion among the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. I've never heard of Senior Martial Brother Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability before. Me too. I've never heard of it before. What a terrifying support-type divine ability. Soon after, the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discovered something. There were so many of them, but none of them had heard of the support-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast before. Moreover, they did not even know the name of the support-type divine ability. For a time, Duan Lingtian's support-type divine ability became even more mysterious in their hearts. What a terrifying support-type divine ability. Even Jiang Chu, who had half a foot in the intermediate quintessential saint stage, was shocked when he regained his senses. He was shocked that Duan Lingtian had managed to turn the tables and defeat Zhang Ji with his support-type divine ability at the last moment. In fact, when Zhang Ji had cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Mountain and River Fist, even he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat him. At that moment, Zhang Ji's strength was already enough to fight him to a draw. I can't believe Zhang Ji has successfully comprehended the high-grade divine ability, the Mountain and River Fist, that his master passed down to him. Even if I were to fight him now, I'm not confident I'll be able to defeat him. At most, we'll be evenly matched. A hint of dread could be seen in Jiang Chu's eyes as he looked at Zhang Ji, who was lying unconscious on the ground. The strength that Zhang Ji had displayed after he came out of closed-door cultivation made Jiang Chu feel pressured. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chu glanced at the Secundus house that originally belonged to Zhang Ji and Duan Lingtian before he returned to his Secundus house and entered closed-door cultivation. I won't come out of closed-door cultivation until I've broken through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Jiang Chu made up his mind before he entered closed-door cultivation. At some point, Zhang Ji had regained consciousness again. However, because his injuries were too severe, it was difficult for him to even move. All the bones and muscles in his body seemed to have solidified. Although many of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had left, many of them were still discussing among themselves. Naturally, they were discussing the battle earlier. At the beginning of the battle earlier, I had absolute confidence in Senior Brother Zhang Ji. However, I didn't expect Senior Brother Zhang Ji would be defeated in the end. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian's strength is too heaven-defying. The strength that Senior Brother Zhang Ji displayed with his high-grade divine ability, the Mountain River Fist, is definitely one of the top powerhouses at the early quintessential saint stage. Even then, he still lost to Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. I remember that before the battle began, Senior Brother Zhang Ji seemed to have said that he'd make Senior Brother Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. He's right. However, the person who would suffer a fate worse than death isn't Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. It's him. Speaking of this, I can't help but say that Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has a good temper. If it were me, I would have mocked him after I defeated Senior Brother Zhang Ji. I would have made him pay for all the humiliation he gave me. That's right. Senior Brother Duan Lingtian has a good temper. He's a great man who doesn't hold grudges against others. The group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They did not notice that Zhang Ji had already woken up. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Ji's face flushed red. His eyes widened before he fainted again. However, these Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples did not know that it was not because Duan Lingtian had a good temper that he did not mock Zhang Ji after he defeated him. It was because he was in a very bad situation at that time. He was already at the end of his tether. He did not have the energy to mock Zhang Ji at all. Otherwise, with his temper, he would have slapped Zhang Ji's face mercilessly. Before he exhausted his last bit of energy, he only managed to say one sentence to announce his victory. Zhang Ji, from today onward, your Secundus house belongs to me, Duan Lingtian. These words proved that he was the final victor of today's battle, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if he had collapsed in public due to exhaustion, this battle would have been considered a draw at most. A draw was not what Duan Lingtian wanted. In the Secundus house that originally belonged to Zhang Ji and now belonged to Duan Lingtian. As Duan Lingtian collapsed on the ground, his body was gradually recovering. Not only did he recover his Sun Saint energy, but his physical and mental exhaustion was also restored. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's consciousness that was originally a little blurry gradually became clearer. I can't believe that Zhang Ji has a high-grade offensive divine ability as his trump card. When Duan Lingtian recalled the earlier scene, he could not help but gasp. Faced with Zhang Ji, who had mastered a high-grade divine ability, even if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he might not be a match for him. If this dragged on, he would definitely be the one to lose. Fortunately, he had instinctively cast the devouring tactic at the critical moment. Coupled with his soul attack, he managed to defeat Zhang Ji in one fell swoop. The reason he was able to win this battle was mostly due to luck. With the strength Zhang Ji displayed, I'm afraid there aren't many people below the intermediate quintessential saint stage who's a match for him. If I want to defeat him easily, I'll have to break through to the mastery divine saint stage before he breaks through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. However, with my current green innate spiritual root, coupled with the assistance from the Secundus house and the time flow on the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I'll be able to break through to the mastery divine saint stage in a month at most. When Duan Lingtian thought about his innate spiritual root that had transformed, a confident expression appeared on his face. Naturally, a month was the time in the outside world. A month in the outside world was equivalent to 10 months in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. No matter what, I won't use the devouring tactic to devour energy that already has an owner unless it's necessary. Moreover, I won't overload the energy in my body. Not only will I feel uncomfortable, but there's also the risk of my body exploding. Earlier, if it was not for Duan Lingtian releasing all of his overloaded energy in time, he would have been blown apart by that energy. Zhang Ji is really unlucky. I can't use the energy that I've overloaded. At that time, I only had time to push my palm forward. Zhang Ji happened to be facing me. When Duan Lingtian recalled the earlier scene, a gloating expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. This uninvited guest was none other than Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plether sect, a first-rate force in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1937. Old Friend. I'm sorry for what happened to Wu. Facing the travel-worn Yang Chong. Before Yang Chong could greet him, Lian took the initiative to apologize with a guilty look on his face. Apex said, Yang Chong was a tall old man with an ordinary appearance. He had white hair and eyebrows, and he looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Yang Chong shook his head in response to Li An's apology. I can understand your difficulties. If I were you, I would have made the same choice as you. That's why I don't blame you for Wu's death. He had heard about the incident from the old servant by his son's side, so he could understand Li En's choice. If Lian had interfered at that time, the matter would have been blown up. This matter concerned the reputation of Zoroastrianism. The higher-ups of Zoroastrianism would have chosen to abandon Li En to preserve the reputation of Zoroastrianism. At that time, Lian would have been expelled from Zoroastrianism. Therefore, he could understand why Lian did not help him at that time. Don't worry, I'll avenge Wu for him. Lian felt even more guilty when he saw Yang Chong's understanding. His gaze turned cold as he vowed solemnly, "Bring me to the person who killed my son." However, Yang Chong did not seem to care about Li En's solemn vow. He looked at Li En and said indifferently, "All right." Li En was not surprised when he heard that Yang Chong wanted to meet the Duan Lingtian. He immediately led the way. Along the way, Li En saw that Yang Chong was silent. He knew that although Yang Chong did not blame him verbally, he still blamed him in his heart. However, this was normal and he did not mind. That Duan Lingtian killed one of my direct disciples 10 days ago. I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace if he's not dead. Lian suddenly said in a deep voice with killing intent in his eyes. The reason Lian brought up this matter was not only because he hated the Duan Lingtian, but also because he wanted to break the silence between him and Yang Chong. You're going to accept a direct disciple. Sure enough, upon hearing Li En's words, Yang Chong immediately looked over. At the same time, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. As far as he knew, Lian had very high standards. His 3 direct disciples were all martial Dao geniuses with blue innate spiritual roots. Yes, Lian nodded. At the same time, he mentioned Gulong, Gu Chun's cousin, and the fact that Gulong was killed by Duan Lingtian. In the end, the murderous glint in his eyes shot out in all directions, and the murderous intent on his body was so cold that when it spread out, it seemed to make the surrounding temperature drop a little. I'm even more curious now. What kind of person dares to offend you? The Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. Needless to say, Li En's complaint had helped Yang Chong's state of mind become much more balanced. As it turned out, it was not only his son who was killed by that person, but his direct disciple who possessed a blue innate spiritual root whom Lian had been dreaming of. At this moment, when facing Li En, Yang Chong had the feeling of being in the same boat, and the last trace of dissatisfaction in his heart vanished without a trace. Did you hear that? That newcomer Duan Lingtian is in the limelight again after killing Gulong 10 days ago. When Li En and Yang Chong passed by the altar in the center of the Black Turtle Sanctum, they suddenly heard a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple shouting from below. Since Li En and Yang Chong were flying above the clouds, the people around the altar did not notice them. Otherwise, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples around the altar would have taken the initiative to greet Lian Duan Lingtian. When Lian and Yang Chong heard the name Duan Lingtian, they looked at each other and stopped in unison. They pricked up their ears to listen to the conversation between the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples below. Are you talking about how Duan Lingtian defeated Senior Brother Zhangji in a domineering manner in the Secundus house today? That's right. It seems like you've heard it as well. How could I not have heard it? Currently, as long as the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples are not in closed-door cultivation or have not left the Black Turtle Sanctum, I'm sure most of them know about this, right? Get up. That Duan Lingtian is really strong. He can even defeat Zhang Ji. The conversation between the 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples entered Li En and Yang Chong's ears. Secundus house? Yang Chong's eyes widened immediately. Although he was not a member of Zoroastrianism, he had learned about the residents of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples from Lian in the past, since he was a good friend of Lian based on what he knew. The people who lived in the Secundus house were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who were at the quintessential saint stage or above. Lian, didn't you say earlier that the strength Duan Lingtian displayed 10 days ago was only comparable to an elite martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage? It has only been 10 days, but he's already able to fight for the Secundus house in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence? Yang Chong asked with a frown on his face as he looked at Lian. After a while, before Lian could reply, he continued to ask, I remember you told me before that the Secundus house in the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence is reserved for quintessential saint stage disciples. Their Zhang Ji is a quintessential saint stage disciple who lives in the Secundus house? After Yang Chong finished speaking, Lian did not reply. Then, Yang Chong was shocked to see Li An's expression had changed drastically. An expression of disbelief could be seen on his face as his eyes shone with disbelief. What's wrong? Yang Chong could not help but ask when he saw this. Zhang Ji is the direct disciple of one of the Silver Flame elders in our Black Turtle Sanctum. He's one of the elite early quintessential saint stage disciples in our Black Turtle Sanctum. His cultivation base is so powerful that he's only a step away from breaking through to the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Lian said solemnly, one of the elite early quintessential saint stage disciples in the Black Turtle Sanctum? Such a person actually lost to Duan Lingtian? Yang Chong was shocked. However, what was even more shocking was yet to come. I heard that during the battle between senior brother Zhang Ji and Duan Lingtian, he even cast the high-grade offensive divine ability, the Mountain River Fist. However, even then he still lost. When Lian heard the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' words, his eyes widened again. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How's this possible? In the next instant, Lian could not help but exclaim. Even though he mastered a high-grade offensive divine ability, he still lost to Duan Lingtian? Yang Chong's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself. It seems like Duan Lingtian didn't even use his full strength when he fought with Gulong 10 days ago. Then, Lian and Yang Chong learned more about the battle between Duan Lingtian and Zhang Ji. They did not miss any details at all. In the end, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Duan Lingtian had actually mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Not only that, but the high-grade assist-type divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered had even absorbed Zhang Ji's powerful attack at the most critical moment. Then he had used Zhang Ji's strength and his own strength to heavily injure and defeat Zhang Ji in one fell swoop. What kind of assist-type divine ability is that? Li En and Yang Chong looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes again. Soon after, they learned from each other that they had never heard of such an assist-type divine ability before. What a domineering assist-type divine ability! Yang Chong said in a deep voice, It's domineering indeed. What did Duan Lingtian do to deserve God's favor? Not only did he comprehend 3 high-grade divine abilities, but this assist-type divine ability is obviously not an ordinary high-grade divine ability. In fact, it might even be a top-notch high-grade divine ability. Li An's eyes turned red as he spoke. A hint of jealousy could be seen on his face. In the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, inside the Secundus house, Duan Lingtian, who had recovered for a while, finally had the strength to stand up. After he stood up, he immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. He planned to make use of the slow flow of time inside to recover his Sun Saint energy as soon as possible. The feeling of emptiness in his body caused him to feel insecure. After I've recovered, I'll go into closed-door cultivation to raise my cultivation base to the peak of the Divine Saint stage first. At the same time, Duan Lingtian set a goal and a plan for himself. As for the exemplary saint stage, Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it for now. Currently, his cultivation base had only just broken through to the intermediate divine saint stage. Duan Lingtian did not know how long had passed. When the Sun Saint energy in his body had only recovered by 10%, a cold voice resonated from outside and woke him up. Lien! Duan Lingtian was no stranger to this voice. It belonged to the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Lien, why is he here? Don't tell me he has something to do with Zhangji? Duan Lingtian frowned and left the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda in the end. After he put the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda away, he pushed the door open and walked out to the courtyard in front of the Secundus house. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the Secundus house, he could clearly feel many pairs of eyes on him. Among these pairs of eyes, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were the most piercing. These 2 pairs of eyes were filled with killing intent, as though they were about to devour someone. Who's he? Duan Lingtian's eyes swept past Li En and landed on the tall old man next to him. A hint of confusion could be seen in his eyes. He was not surprised that Li En wanted to kill him. However, he was certain this was his first time seeing this old man. Moreover, the old man was not wearing the Zoroastrianism's uniform, so he was most likely not a Zoroastrianism member. Duan Lingtian could not figure out how he had offended the old man to the point that the old man was filled with killing intent towards him. It was as though the old man could not wait to kill him. You're Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the tall old man spoke in a deep voice that was close to interrogating Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Duan Lingtian asked in response to the old man's question. You. Kill yourself. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.